I don't know how the fucking song goes. It's like cheese is kind of beef. It's tasty and it's sweet. I milk it from my teat, but I try to be discreet. I still haven't shown you Mighty Boosh. What a
No,
fucking...
it's cursed though.
It is cursed, but it is amazing. Mmm, cheese. Okay, so Task Manager, I'm going to put that on one side of my screen where I can actually access it when the game's open. There we go. And now we actually have to share the stream again because of all those fucking things. Cheese is a kind of beef. It's tasty and it's sweet. And I milk it from my teat, but I try to be discreet. Mmm, cheese.
Sounds like some writers got drunk and just were like, "What if we made a show?
Gotta
What if
play
we got
those. No.
high every single episode?"
It's not drunk. It's high. It's definitely high.
Yeah.
You have to have a lot of drugs to truly appreciate the Mighty Boosh.
Oh yeah, it's extremely cursed. Are you playing the game?
Yes, not yet. I'm just trying to reshare the stream after all those annoying bloody issues.
I see.
Stream failed to start. Thank you. Go live. Okay, can you see the game?
I cannot see the game. You're not sharing it.
Ah. Can you see it now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, there we go. Now I've got to share it on Twitter.
Flash damage.
It's annoying that you can't just continue a stream if, like, you have streaming issues.
I wish. I wish it
Well,
was like
it'd
you
be
could
fucking
pause
easy.
the stream.
Yeah, like
and it
just
would
being
be
able to pause
suspended.
it. That's one of the things that people always talk about. Ah, yeah, it's Streamlabs is better than StreamYards. It's like, well, okay, yeah, with StreamYards, if you accidentally, disconnect or you lose internet connection, you don't have to restart the whole bloody stream again.
That's right. They did do that, didn't they?
Yeah. But you shouldn't even need StreamYards to do that. You should just be like a basic YouTube thing. It's like, oh yeah, if you disconnect, you can come back. Why not? Why not just continue where you left off? Nope. Can't do that.
Preston says, just had a fireball, and I see why it's called Fireball. Is that a drink? Is it like Red Bull?
I think he's talking about it. I think it's a alcoholic drink. I think it's Red Bull and something else.
Oh, I see.
Nvidia. The completely asshole company we all have to buy from because they're the best in the business, unfortunately.
Oh, really? Wasn't there like a huge controversy with Nvidia?
Oh, that really narrows it down.
I see. So there were a lot of controversies with Nvidia.
Yes, there were a lot of controversies with Nvidia.
I just recently discovered who Alex Colville is. Do you know who that is?
No, I don't.
Alex Colville was a painter in the 50s and 70s. The 50s through the 70s. And the cool thing about his paintings is that they look like very early computer graphics. Which is wild considering these were painted in like the 50s and the 70s. Like they look, you could see the flat paints and polygons almost.
So you really like geometry?
Yeah, but like the colors too, they were like super flat, which is wild to see. Here, let me send you some real quick. This one looks like it's a PS1 game. This
I can
one
make one of these guards tell
also
me how
looks
many
like a
bombs
PS1
Firefly
game.
has and where they are.
Let me find. Okay, here's some examples of his paintings. Tyler Preston says, yeah, Fireball is alcohol. It tastes like apples. Cool. So everybody in the chat, I want you to look up Alex Colville paintings. I sent you something real quick, Shiny.
I'm too busy trying to kill people who are really annoying to me.
Okay, that's fine.
So your silent takedowns are now faster, leaving less time being exposed. Oh, that's nice. Glue proximity trigger. What's another? Heat signature concealment. Upgrade your suit with a masking signal, the mask heat signature, so making sure undetectable to enemies with thermal vision. Explosive gel, a proximity. Remote claw takedown.
All right, he's getting ready to whoop ass, everybody.
Upgrade the disruptor, temporarily disable the PA systems. Disrupt mines, increased capacity. I think increased capacity sounds like a good one, but I can't do that right now, unfortunately. Increase radius.
Oh, Tyler Preston says, Alex, what's his name again? Alex Colville. Colville. It is fascinating, the kinds of paintings he does. They look so weirdly like early computer graphics. It's bizarre.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But I only saw that he jumped to that as... Shit, I just attract them all over there now.
Alright, Shiny, focus, focus.
I can't use my...
You got this.
My vision, to detective vision. I've got them all alerted now, which is exactly what I didn't want to happen.
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
Yeah, I didn't look before I swung, so all I saw was, haha, you're the bastard I need to take out. He's got that guy protecting him behind. Okay, this guy appears to be pretty exposed. There's a guy behind him.
Take him out, Shiny. You got this.
No, you didn't see me.
Tyler Preston, what do you think of the guy's paintings? These are wild. How much they look like early graphics.
It's got the bombs on him. Ah, you fucker! At least I can finally see them now.
Focus,
Oh, bomb on this one.
focus. You got it, you got it.
Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. No, he saw me, he saw me.
And says, I'm looking at them. They are interesting. Could have sworn that they were hand painted. Aren't they? No. They are hand painted. They were from the 50s to the 70s. They just look like computer graphics. Just the way he uses shapes and color, it looks really bizarre. But yeah, I'm obsessed with this artist now. Meanwhile, Shiny is obsessed with whooping ass, getting past this level.
Fuck you. Fuck you. In your face. Ammo. Okay, one of these has guns, one of them doesn't. Take out the gun, punch him, and take this guy. Oh no, he's surrendering. Oh, that's good.
How many bombs are on this bridge?
Four! One here, one directly above us, in the bridge sublevel, and one more at each end of the bridge. Those are the big ones. That's all of them, I promise.
Then I promise you a good night's sleep.
Good night.
Okay, that's cold.
4 bombs on
And
the
I
bridge.
promise you a good
Largest
night's
bombs
sleep.
in each end.
That was
I'll
cold.
need to
That
disarm this
was
bomb before going after the
cold.
others.
The art you sent me is weird.
Yeah, isn't it?
Weird art, yeah. I want to have a look at it in better detail when I'm actually looking at my computer and not my phone. Okay, where am I going? Okay, center of the room. I think I have to disable it. Oh, that's great. Timer. Pyromaniac. What a great password. Explosives.
Explosives is the password.
Timer, 17
That's
seconds.
so dumb.
Flammable. What a terrible password.
It's just like how the morgue is death house,
One bomb
brother.
down, now to find the other 3.
Okay, yeah, so now... Where am I going? This has a door, so I guess we go here.
So you gotta disarm the bomb on the train. This weirdly sounds like the 5th of November. Guy Fawkes Day. Is it the 5th
Explosives.
of November?
Yeah,
On
remember the
train?
5th of November. No, it wasn't on a train, it was on the Houses of Parliament.
Yeah, but at the end of the movie it was on a train.
The
wasn't
movie
it?
was not the real thing!
I know the movie's not the real thing.
The movie was on
I
the
don't know history.
Yeah, in the movie he delivered the bomb via the subway.
That's right, that's right. Didn't he end up not doing it though?
I think they what, in reality?
No, in the movie.
In the movie they blew up Parliament.
Oh yeah. So why did Guy Fawkes want to blow up Parliament?
Basically he was a Catholic and was complaining. What happened was essentially that he was part of a group of people that weren't happy about the Protestant king being a thing. So he wanted to return the country back to Catholicism. And the way he was going to do that was that he was going to bomb the Houses of Parliament.
Oh. Yeah, wasn't like the royalty didn't the royalty keep swimming back and forth between Protestantism and Catholicism? And
Yep, it depends
Protestantism
on
and
what king there was.
Catholicism?
Yep, they kept going back and forth.
Yeah, so I guess like Protestantism and Catholicism at the time was like republicanism versus
In a way.
democratism.
What's that guy doing with his arms out?
Timing.
You've been after the bounty on my head all night.
He's
Look at this
tweaking
fucking-
out.
Look at this guy.
Come on, untie me, you freak.
What's up with this one? Look at them.
He's all bent out of shape.
Untie me, you self-righteous son of a bitch.
It was never psionics.
That's hilarious.
The Joker put up the bounty, and now he's behind bars.
I heard, but I still got a score to settle with you.
I'm giving you the rest of the night off.
Wouldn't be Batman without
Damn.
random one-liners. Yeah, I think
I love his one-liners before knocking someone out.
the part I find funny about Guy Fawkes Night is that even if it succeeded, it would have been a massive moment in British history. However, it wouldn't have changed the country Catholic.
Explosives.
Like even in its best,
No.
for a start, that's not how things work. Like you don't just destroy the government and the king But the thing is about Kings is that he has a son who just immediately takes his place.
Right.
With House of Parliament, there are so many lords which can just take their place. Oh, fuck off. You know, fuck it, just kill me, just kill me. I've already fucked this up. Just kill me. Fucking kill me, weaklings. Do it. There we go.
Why not? Oh, okay. Oh, Celestial Falcon's in the chat. What's up, man? He says going to the theater or to watch Sonic 3, so can't make it. We'll report back to see after if it's still streaming. Sounds good, man. Tyler Preston says you mentioned Netflix earlier, Erie. Have you or Shiny watched Cobra Kai? Isn't Cobra Kai like the sequel to like Karate Kid?
Yes.
Is it good?
I remember it being good.
Oh, have you seen it?
I've seen the first couple of seasons.
Of Cobra Kai, okay.
Mm-hmm. I think it gets a little repetitive, and
Yeah, good thinking.
I don't... Yeah, I never really had the energy to kind of go in for more of those seasons, but I guess I'll probably will go after it eventually.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't Will Smith's son play the kid?
I don't know, they're on about, like, Will Smith's son.
Yeah, it was like Jaden Smith.
I don't know who you're talking about. Like, I don't think there's
Okay,
any...
you don't know the
any-
absolute spectacle that is Jaden Smith.
No, I don't know, like, can't think of any character they would be in Cobra Kai.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've never seen it. I just know there was a Karate Kid sequel with Jaden Smith in it. What's really funny is, you know who Will Smith and Jaden Smith are and all that, right? I mean, I bet you do.
Yeah.
What's really crazy is how Will Smith was like part of like one TV show that was really, really successful. And basically his kid is a Nepo baby now, but he's so weird and very poorly adjusted to life. Because he like lives on the lap of luxury, right? And for some reason he thinks he's some kind of philosopher, and he says hilarious shit on Twitter, thinking he's got like the biggest brain in the world.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks he's gonna be the next philosopher. And the stuff that he does is so bizarre, you know? And then meanwhile, Will Smith, like, always props his son up to be, like, also a famous actor to follow in his footsteps. Now, of course, without saying, like, his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, she's crazy. But the only Nepo baby that I could think of that is actually talented is his daughter, Jada Smith. Because she actually makes music that's actually good. I mean, I find that kind of crazy. Because, like, Nepo babies aren't known to be particularly talented.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember there was Kim and Kanye's kid. And they put that kid in some Lion King musical, and they had the kid play Simba. And she had to sing the I Just Want to Be King song. But it just became a meme how badly she sang it. And I felt so bad because that's a child, you know? But it was not good. She did not have training. So, like, very successful, famous parents will, like, try to grandfather in fame and fortune for their kids. But the thing is, it doesn't always work.
Yeah, you can't just get there because of nepotism. You haven't got the skill to earn that position.
Yeah, essentially. Tyler Preston says no mention of Will's other son, Trey. He has another son, dude? I mean, maybe Trey doesn't make, like, too much of a spectacle of himself, and he's not trying to be Mr. Famous like his brother and sister are.
Gordon, open the fire door
Oh, Tyler Preston says, yeah, in the remake of Jackie Chan, I guess that's where Jordan Smith? Frickin' the other one! The annoying one! Oh, yeah, he was like the star in that.
Damn it. Wait for Alfred to find the codes for this door.
But yeah,
There's still one more bomb I can
the
disarm.
daughter's actually doing pretty well for herself. She's actually a pretty good
There's a fire
singer.
door blocking my progress. I need codes to get past it.
Willow Smith, that was her name. Willow Smith tried to, like, I think Will Smith tried to start Willow Smith on like a singing path because she had a very annoying song that's like notorious for being bad, and it was whip my hair back and forth. You know, I whip my hair back and forth, I whip my hair back and forth. You know that one?
I wish I didn't.
No. Yeah, oh, that's right. You're not a music guy, but it was like notoriously
Yes.
fucking awful.
Look
But
out there.
lately
I
she's
I
made
assume
a
you just said
couple
it was
of songs.
notoriously shit.
Oh yeah, it was. But like she was like 13, you know, and I felt kind of bad, to be quite honest, because she's only a kid. But now she's like a full-grown adult, and she's actually had some singing training, and there are
awful?
some actual songs on that she's made that's pretty good.
I said it's still awful.
No, actually, like she's actually like trained to be a singer, and she's actually making something of it. It's actually not bad. Tyler Preston, now it's in the back of my head. Thanks, Eerie. Sorry about that. If you want an actual good song of hers, there was a song that went viral. It was "Meet Me at Our Spot." Particularly the live version was really good. She sounded really nice. It's got like this early 2000s chill vibe to it. It was kind of nostalgic listening to it.
This is not going to be easy.
Alex Halo is here. What's up, man? Good to see you, man. So yeah, that was a kind of cool twist. And she's actually doing well.
Anyway, back to the
Like famous people are just weird.
Yeah, famous people are weird.
Back to the
I'll say the bombing
Yeah.
of Parliament. The part I find most
bombing
fascinating
of
is that
Parliament.
it was the idea was to start a revolution, a Catholic revolution in the UK, to essentially bring back get a Catholic king in, and to get rid of Protestantism. But the main
I don't
problem
think you could just get rid of Protestantism
was that
overnight.
they never had any kind of plan. The plan was to basically bomb Parliament and hope for the best. There was no backing by the state, there was no backing by the people. It was just, we're gonna bomb this building and hope it works out.
Right. I'm imagining Guy Fawkes, and he's like in some kind of conference room, and he pulls out a little like one of those boards where you like plan stuff out, and he's like, all right, step 1, we bomb Parliament. Step 2, I don't know.
We didn't really
Step
think that
3,
far
we
ahead.
get a Catholic king. And step 4, we take over England and win Catholicism forever here.
Thought that guy was a chump. Who's the penguin?
It's like, okay.
Exactly my point. No one's even heard of this guy. And he's
Alex Halo says, what have I missed? We just had some technical difficulties, but we're fine now, thank God. But good to see you, man. We're just having a good conversation about things. The thing is, to be a podcaster, you have to be kind of a professional yapper.
Yeah, so really like talking.
You have to really like talking. It's kind of fun, because, you know, I remember at first when I joined LitDev streams, I was like super nervous, and I remember in the private chat, because the thing is, streamers, you know, in StreamYards you have a private chat, so there's a chat that the guests type in that the main chat can't see. And I typed in the private chat, I'm sorry, LitDev, I'm very nervous. And he says, it's okay, I get nervous too. And I'm like,
Aww.
You're such a liar, but that's so sweet to say. So yeah, LitDev's super sweet.
If you're a girl.
What?
He's super sweet if you're a girl.
If you're a girl, Well, it turns out like he's super sweet with all his friends. Sometimes he's a little too sweet, you know? Like, you could give him something, like a piece of writing to critique, but the thing is, he won't tell you if it's bad. If you're his friend. If you're his friend. If you're close to Lit Dev, he won't, like, critique you, like, seriously, because he still wants to be friends with you, and it's like, I get it. But meanwhile, if, like, you're outside of his inner circle, he's like, he goes all out, knives out, you know? Like, this needs tweaking, this, the beats were off, this, and that, and the other, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, he's a super friendly guy, you know? So, yeah. And I remember I think I still have archived the stream where I met Shiny, actually. Shiny and I were both in the same stream, and we both said hello to each other. And little did we know, we'd make it work. Oh, man. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, I knew about Shiny, like, before I met him on stream. And I'm like, oh, he's just some British guy that LitDev talks to, okay. I don't know him, I don't understand his accent very well. Because accents are very hard with Americans, you know?
Out here talking like this all the time.
Go on the opposite end of the bridge.
Hey up, mate!
Hey, oh, how's it going? Gonna
Beautiful
pop up to
boy
the shops
day
and
today,
I'm
ain't it?
gonna have a nice barbecue. I'm at Uber flat cap and I'm gonna go to
Okay, I'll call you
Aldi.
door.
I'm gonna stop at
Aldi?
Tesco's afterwards. Oh, don't tell me the game's fucking frozen again.
Oh, no.
This time I've accounted for it. I put the task manager on the other page, on the other screen, so that way I can quickly go at it. There we go. Problem solved. Gonna go over here, and in Yorkshire, of course, what we do is we find a very good sheep,
Oh, okay. And then
and then we take their flock and shear them. What do you think we're gonna say?
I'll make a fortune from all this wool here.
And then wool becomes literally less than useless because everything becomes synthetic.
Alex Halo says, Shiny can't be British, he isn't wearing a top hat and monocle. Tyler Preston says, not everyone can have the charisma... Oh my gosh. Not everyone can have the charisma of a human sunbeam. That's nice of you to say, man. Thank you. So the thing is, what really helps is, when I was growing up, I took singing lessons, and she's like, my teacher was like, if you sing while smiling, people can hear it. And I noticed that's also a thing with streaming. If you're talking while smiling, people can hear you smile.
Really?
So of course,
I'm not sure people can audibly hear us smile.
Well, LitDev has like a very smiley sounding voice. You can hear him. You can hear it.
Yeah, sure.
You know?
I'm pretty sure LitDev talks with a delicious accent all the time. With the laugh.
Are you just gonna do the Yorkshire accent the whole
Absolutely.
stream?
It's my Yorkshire pride.
Your Yorkshire pride.
I
Sean Bean.
I can't stop myself from fucking laughing now. I can't
What
not
is it?
laugh.
Because you're trying to do the accent?
I'm trying to do the accent, but I'm also trying to not laugh at the same time. Trying to be silly while trying not to laugh, it's very difficult. It's difficult. Last time I went to shops and saw a cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
I don't know why you could see a cup of tea in the shops. Last time I saw an offer on Yorkshire tea and I was like, yeah, by gum, gotta get that.
Gotta get that.
By gum, gotta have my Yorkshire tea.
Oh man. We're British and all that, so of course it's the damn tea!
Yorkshire tea,
I
best
remember,
tea in world.
I think our first interaction...
Fuck off.
Frozen. Our first interaction was I sent you a photo of iced tea, and you sent me a photo of your character pointing a gun at me. That was literally our first conversation ever. Is it?
Glue in the face. Glue in the face. Ow! Ow! Fuck!
Oh, you there?
I'm here. Yep. Glue in the face. Glue in the face. Glue in the back.
You got glue in your face.
Got glue on your face. A big disgrace. Now you can't move all over the place. Come on, come up here. You don't want to come up here. Fucking idiot. Ah, God, never seen anyone this dumb since last time I went to America.
Oh my gosh.
Go to Yorkshire
There
to
was.
buy gum.
Do you remember that when we were at a restaurant and you went to the bathroom and some ladies just approached my sister because she was with us at the time, and she's like, "He has an accent. Where's he from?" We're like, he's from England. He's like, "It sounds so nice. Oh my gosh." Oh man.
From England. Must be some weird person. I can't fucking do it. I want to laugh all the fucking time. I can't even do my natural, like, or let's say native Yorkshire accent without fucking smiling.
Oh, you know what? Just try to talk like Wallace from Wallace and Gromit.
No, he's from
That should be
Lancashire.
easy. Lancashire?
Yeah, Lancashire.
I thought all
he's not from Yorkshire.
Yorkshire accents sounded the same.
No, Lancashire's
you
not
tell?
from Yorkshire. It's like it's the neighbouring one that Yorkshire really hates for some reason.
Okay.
Find someone from Yorkshire that is over the age of, okay, let's say age of 40, and they will go on a large rant about Lancashire and how they hate them. Actually, no, I'll say maybe 50, 60.
He might be looking for survivors.
Hang on, my Wi-Fi's messed up again. I don't know what's going on. Hello, testing 1 2.
Yeah, you're there. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's frozen again.
Is it? What's happening? I can hear you.
Sorry about that.
What's happening?
You can hear me still.
I can hear you, yeah. Is it just the stream?
Oh,
pausing
it's
for
just
you?
that. It's just that the stream keeps freezing, so I keep thinking that my.
Despite the fact that I'm like, can't you hear me talk though? You okay there?
You keep cutting in and out. Hang on 1 second.
I can hear you perfectly fine. I don't know why I'm cutting in and out for you. Ow. Fuck, wrong buttons. Your voice is very... fuck off everyone.
Am I back? Hello,
You're back
testing
now.
1 2. My Wi-Fi is struggling immensely. I'm so sorry.
They're still not all down. They're like, oh, we'll come back for more, apparently. They're going for the guns. In the chest.
Hello?
You back now? You okay? You dying? You drowning in a pond?
Joker's behind. no more prize money. You can give up now or I can make you surrender. Your choice.
Yuri? You there? You okay? You're missing a whole flying scene.
Okay, how's that?
Okay, you sound better now.
Perfect, perfect. Sorry, I kept cutting out every 2 seconds. And then I couldn't hear you at all. Sorry. Yeah, riding on that thing looks fun, I'll tell you what. We're having a blast.
Having a blast. Ah!
Sam Montgomery's in the chat. What's up, man? He says we take our tea very seriously, Yuri. Oh yes, I know. I know you do. I'm dating one of you. Tea is not a matter to be messed with. Even I've adopted the tea mentality.
Give you some Yorkshire tea and all of a sudden you're addicted.
It's great. I'm not gonna lie, it's a really good tea. I used to drink Earl Grey and black tea in the morning. Now I drink Yorkshire tea and that does the trick. Brew it for exactly 4 minutes, add a little bit of cream and sugar, perfect.
Fuck off.
The thing is, I don't drink coffee. I just drink Yorkshire tea at this point. I prefer it, I'm not gonna lie. In America, like, it's very customary to drink coffee in the morning, but it's a bit too high in caffeine content for me. I'm extremely like sensitive to it. But Yorkshire tea, perfect. It's perfection. I also discovered that they sell loose leaf Yorkshire tea.
What's that?
Have you ever tried that?
No?
Loose leaf, it's basically not the bag, it's the leaves inside of it, and you scoop it, and you steep the leaves by themselves in like a separate receptacle. What do you think?
I don't get it.
But I guess it's not for everybody.
Pull him down, boys.
Get him! Get him!
Get him, Dad! Get him! Get him, Dad!
Get him!
Punch in the face.
Punch his face in the face. With your face.
Well, fuck yourself, for yourself, with yourself.
So this guy attacked me with glue? Was that
I
the
attack him
case?
with glue. He attacks me with fire.
Oh, okay. And the explosion failed.
I disabled his bombs.
Ah. Alex Halo says, I drink neither tea nor coffee, brother. So you just raw dog the day in the morning. My gosh, I can't imagine that. Alex Halo says, as an American, we have a natural instinct to throw tea into the river. It's been ingrained in us since the 1700s. Man, I can't imagine like raw dogging the day without caffeine in the morning. That sounds.
But the problem is
horrendous.
that if you just have caffeine in the morning all the time. Oh, I thought I was supposed to go forwards. No, apparently not. If you have caffeine all the time, then you just become addicted to it, and then you have to keep having caffeine, and then you need to keep having more caffeine just to keep up with the previous caffeine.
Yeah, it's technically classified as a drug, even though it's not like a life-altering drug in the same sense of like meth or fentanyl or something like that.
I don't know, some people can get really addicted to caffeine, like they'll get antsy if they don't have it and they'll have headaches.
Yeah, there's some people that are like that.
Like, and coffee can get, like some types of coffee can get really expensive.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've worked at a Starbucks, so I know how that can get. There were some people that would like straight up buy just bags upon bags of Starbucks coffee beans because that's how they want it. And then just like,
Am I supposed to be
What's
going
going
up
on
here
here?
or not? Am I supposed to be going down there?
okay.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Okay.
Oh.
That was weird. It's like I was stuck.
Yeah, that was weird. So yeah, there are people who buy like bags upon bags of coffee beans. And then like I'm not sure if you've ever seen like coffee snobs on YouTube,
Yes.
but like they will
I hate them.
they will reverse the Earth's rotation just to get a 1% better pull of coffee. It's really funny. They will cure cancer if that would make their coffee taste a little better. See, Alex Halo says, I drink Gatorade or a Sunny D. Yep, yeah. Okay, yeah, I get that. Electrolytes. Sunny D sounds really bad for you, though. So, what even is Sunny D?
I don't
Have
know.
you ever had Sunny D, Shiny?
I've never heard of it.
Sunny D is like fake-ass orange juice. It's not real orange juice, but it's like trying to be orange juice. I don't think it's bad because I had it as a kid and I liked it, but what is Sunny D? I'm gonna Google that right now. I gotta know. What is in Sunny D? Okay, so it's an orange drink that is developed in 1963 by Dorrit Foods of Mount Dora, Florida. Okay, so it's an orange drink. What's it made of? Water, high fructose corn syrup, 2% or less of concentrated orange juice, concentrated tangerine juice. Okay, yeah, so I was right. It's just fake-ass orange juice. It's not real. It's healthier than soda, though. Oh, it's not healthier than soda, my bad. It's basically just a flat orange soda. How about that?
I need to grapple under fire.
Okay.
It's a risk I've got to take.
Yeah. Tyler Preston says, it's been a long time since I've tasted one of Sunny D. Alex Halo says, all I know is that it has vitamin D in it. Oh, that's why it's called Sunny D, yeah. What's really funny about American foods is like the amount of garbage in it. I remember a long time ago you showed me the ingredients list for like the same foods in the UK versus the United States. In the United States, we just shoved so many ingredients into our foods. It's crazy. See, watch this. You're gonna think Batman is gonna kill him, but no, he's just gonna knock him out and let the police take care of him.
New hobby.
I need to pull a
You
sick
need a
one-liner. You're gonna need a new penis. Smashes its groin.
Don't give him too much credit. Something tells me that if you hadn't given the bomb squad the breach order, this bridge would be at the bottom of the river.
Get him out of here.
I love his accent.
Yeah.
I like the fat guy's accent. Tyler Preston says, now I want to drink whatever purple stuff is. Oh, you don't know the purple stuff lore.
Not big on taking orders from wanted men.
I'm not big on taking orders from cops. I should have gotten to that last bomb.
Yeah. And
He's
I
so
should have
cool,
given you access to that
crouching down
security
like that.
door. But between the two of us, we covered it pretty well.
And he disappears.
I like it's the beginning of their like cooperative. Like, oh yeah, you did well. We did well. Yeah, we should have worked together. Or we could have fucked this up even worse.
Yeah, yeah. So there's a lore with the purple stuff. In the 90s and in the early 2000s, Sunny D had like commercials to sell, to sell Sunny D, obviously. And it always started with, all right, we got water, milk, purple stuff. Oh, let's have Sunny D. And that's every single iteration of the commercial. It was always purple stuff. They never called it grape juice. Probably, I'm guessing because Welch's grape juice was also very popular, and it's like legit grape juice. And they didn't want to say grape juice and like get the backlash from it from the company or something. I don't know.
My detective vision is down. Hang on, Alfred. Alfred.
No, Alfred! Don't kill Alfred. Alfred's best boy.
I need to restore detective vision.
He's British, and we like British people. We're trying to take over British culture by seducing all the British guys. That's the goal.
There.
So Alfred is unmarked territory.
What the fuck?
Alfred!
Well, I suppose you do have a weird thing for older men.
Alfred is old, dude.
The Dilf, it's Gilf.
He's just British. the gilf. I am indeed a DILF hunter, however, there's a limit. There is a limit. Alex Halo says, Eerie, I have one clip of one of the American Hololive VTuber giving one of the JP Hololive VTubers a Pop-Tart, and it was hilarious. She called it the taste of America. No, Alfred's dead, fuck!
Alfred, can you hear me?
Oh, he's coughing, he's not dead, he's not dead. Get him out! Get his ass out!
Alfred! Alfred!
He's just a good guy, he's
Alfred,
just a
you
grandpa.
can't.
Don't add me to the weight you carry.
Don't die, dude. Oh, fuck, he's dead! No! Alfred! Ah, I didn't know Alfred died. Oh, and his parents.
No!
Ah. I thought he was gonna, like... Oh,
Punch
shock
Alfred.
Alfred. He's gonna do the defibrillator.
All units, code 10. Repeat, code 10 confirmed at Blackgate Prison. Suspect identified as the Joker.
My gosh, he
Be
lives!
all right.
Batman, you should have listened to Alfred. Alfred
I have
knew.
always been supportive of what you do, but I understand now.
No, Alfred, you were right all along.
I can't defend Gotham. I can't even defend my own home.
Alfred. Bruce, why didn't you take him to a hospital? You could afford it, dude.
Any available unit. Repeat, any available
Doesn't need a hospital. He's got the Batcave. It's better than a hospital.
Is it though? Is it though?
It's fine now. A bit of defib. It's fine.
Now is not the time for doubt.
I can't do it. I can't stop them.
No, you can't. Not on your
Yeah.
own. But it's high time you realize that you are a man, not an island. And a man's strength comes not from just brawn and intelligence, but also from his allies.
C1 alert. The Joker has escaped from his cell and is leading the riots at Blackgate. Repeat, the Joker has taken over the entire prison.
Yeah, Batman. You gotta rely on others,
We
man.
have lost Blackgate. Captain
Rely on your
Call
friends
on
and the
anyone.
people who believe in you.
Anyone for assistance.
They need you.
No. They need us.
Yeah! Let's go! Character development. Character development. Let's go. Hey, he did the Superman land. That's his thing.
Do the superhero landing. Do the superhero landing.
All right, let's take a look now. Tyler Preston says this was him and Gordon's relationship in Beware the Batman. Alex Halo
I've
says
always wanted to watch
eerie-
Beware the Batman. I've just never had the time to look at it as a show.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that where like Batman's like super chunky?
It's the 3D animated one. I think he's a bit chunky. Yeah.
Oh.
No. I think
I was
you're
thinking
thinking
of like the blue Batman.
You're probably thinking of what was it? The oh fuck up! Guys getting guns over there. No more guns. No. You're probably thinking of what was it? Batman Returns.
Batman the Brave and the Bold.
Batman
Batman
Returns. He's like pretty beefy in that. Like that's a DILF Batman.
What? Hang on, I gotta Google this real quick.
Dark Knight Returns.
Batman Returns.
Dark Knight Returns, not Batman Returns.
Oh, okay. Dark Knight Returns. Let's see. Oh yeah, this guy, he's a chunky Batman. That's a chunky Batman. But the one I was thinking was like the cartoon Batman where he's blue. But yeah, this guy's he's chunky.
That really narrows it down.
Oh man. Is it Brave and the Bold? Shadowing Tronics, he's here. What's up, man? He says the Brave and the Bold. I think it's Batman the Brave and the Bold. Batman Brave and the Bold.
That was around about the same time you would
No.
have been watching it, Groves. Not Batman Brave and the Bold.
No, it's not Batman Brave and the Bold. It's another chunky Batman. And he's got this blue cape on. My
Blue
brother
does
had
not
an
narrow
action
it
figure of him,
down.
I remember.
Do you know how many blue Batman there have been?
Captain Gordon's on his way. Secure the gates for him.
Oh man, which one is the blue one?
Joker cannot be allowed out of here.
Yes, sir.
Blue
We're on it.
Batman. I was gonna Google that. Blue Batman.
What is your ETA in Blackgate?
Where's the chunky one? The blue Batman. And I'm gonna look up animated.
How are you feeling?
Well, it's not every day that one's heart must be crudely resuscitated.
It's
by
this one.
but I must say I feel
Hang on, it's this one. It's this one. There's like a lot of toys made of this one. It was this chunky blue. Where's the show that he's from?
I think you have bigger things to worry about right now.
I gotta go all the way to Reddit. Ah! Oh, where's the chunky blue one?
This one's calling me a Redditor.
I know it probably will never happen, but this isn't the picture. Where's the chunky
Somebody's
blue
sending a
one?
strong electric current into the water.
You sure it's not Dark Knight Returns?
Dark Knight Returns. That's the movie, isn't it?
That's the animated film. Well, there's two parts of it, but there's also a comic which is based off of. It's one of the animated adaptations.
I'm looking at the Dark Knight Returns animated. It's not this one. I'm not gonna lie, he's super chunky. Like that's a chunky Batman. But the one that I'm looking for is like for like little boys, and he's built like a triangle. He's not built super stocky like this one. Oh my gosh, this is gonna haunt me. Which Batman is this one? Man, this Batman looks like a Hulk. Oh my gosh.
Which one's that? You
Why
just
is he
looked at?
built like that? The one that you told me about, the Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah, he's a suit. That's a beefy Batman.
That's a beefy boy. That guy gets his protein intake. He's not skip leg day at all. I give up. Someone said Frank Miller. Tyler Preston said Frank Miller's Batman.
It's pretty much the same thing. Frank Miller designed made the comic of what was it? Dark Knight Returns. Ah, fucking bugs! It knocked me off the platform. Bollocks. So, like, was it 2D? Was it 3D?
Yeah, no, I was. It was a 2D. It was a 2D thing. It was animated on TV. It was marketed more towards like teenage boys, like younger. Like I'm talking 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds.
Okay, it can't be the Batman.
It's mature ones.
It can't be the Batman. It can't be the Beware the Batman. You said it's not Brave and the Bold.
Mm-mm.
Mate, I just don't know.
I keep coming up with McFarlane. Who the heck is McFarlane?
That's
Is
McFarlane's?
it? That's not Seth MacFarlane. McFarlane, Batman. And I can't spell McFarlane. No. Oh, McFarlane makes toys. Okay. Alright. Because I'm remembering the one that my brother had. He had a Batman action figure. And I remember there was
Did you find a picture of it a minute ago?
I did.
Okay, send me the picture.
Okay.
Maybe I'll recognize it.
Alright. I'm gonna save that to photos and I'm gonna send it to you. He's kind of like got this like cartoony kind of goofy look to him.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm opening. If Discord feels like opening, hang on. Discord, open at your nearest convenience if you feel like it. Okay. It's this one. Why is it taking forever? There we go. There we go. Do you recognize this one?
That's Brave and the Bold.
That's not Brave and the Bold.
That's Brave and the Bold.
Is it? Batman. Brave and the Bold. You might be right. Hang on.
So we said it. We asked if it was Batman Brave and the Bold. You said no, and it turned out to be Batman Brave and the Bold.
I think. Yeah, it is. We went through this whole song and dance.
So we asked if it was this one. He said no. And we went through this whole song and dance to realize that it was the one that you.
Yep, it was
said it wasn't.
Batman the Brave and the Bold. He's a very chunky Batman. He's a chunky boy. My bad, y'all. I messed that up. Oh man. Shadowingtronics, he even said Brave and the Bold earlier. Fuck! I'm sorry!
I asked if it was Brave and the Bold earlier. He said no.
Oh my gosh. Sorry. Silly Eerie. I'm sorry. You were correct. It was the Brave and the Bold, because when I googled it, another cover like showed up for it. And it wasn't it. And then I looked further into Google Images and it was it. Yep. Oh man. So yeah. Tyler Preston says Brave and the Bold is what introduced me to Blue Beetle Jamie Reyes, who's voiced by Will Freddy. I hear a lot about Blue Beetle, but like he's always in the background and stuff. And
Yeah,
it's
pretty
like
much.
it's
He's
I
like
don't know. Is he worth caring about?
It's like a B-list. Yeah, I'd say yeah. He's good.
Yeah.
Like he's not A-list like Batman or Superman.
Shadowingtronics. The show was named after an old Batman team-up comic that might have confused the search. Yes, that's exactly what happened. It looked like it was a comic instead of the actual TV show. But
Yeah,
my brother,
when
he
we
watched
look at the
all of
Batman, it's not exactly known for having great naming conventions. Like there's the Batman, there's the Batman, there's the there's the Dark Knight TV, also not the TV, the movies. But there's also the Dark Knight animated film and the book.
Man, at least the Avengers has something better going on for it. There's like Avengers Endgame, the original Avengers. There's like the Avengers something war, that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, you could split these up. But all of the Batmans are like awful with names. Damn.
I have to look at someone walking through this fucking level because I can't, for the life of me, figure out what is going on.
Oh, you have to look up a walkthrough?
I think I might have to.
Oh, man. So yeah, my brother, I know a lot of superhero lore through my brother and a lot of action stuff through my brother. He genuinely loved all this stuff. I mean, nowadays he's like he's a different person. He's grown up, But um I also watched the Batman in theaters with the guy, and believe it or not, he was not a fan of it with Robert Pattinson. Um he thought that Batman was kind of a Mary Sue in that one. I'm like, "Oh, really?" No, I thought that was fascinating.
Really? You
Yeah.
thought Batman was a bit of a Mary Sue in the Batman?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I'm like, "Really?"
I'm
But yeah, he
confused.
wasn't the big fan of it.
I've only ever seen the Batman once, but that wasn't my impression.
Me too. Me too. I mean, like, I did have like stronger like opinions of like the flat romance that they had, because it seemed like Robert Pattinson and that other chick, like, they didn't really like each other, but yet they were like forced to kiss on camera.
Fight, fight, fight! Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Kissy, kissy, kissy.
Kissy. We'll have to
But yeah, they
watch
both
through some
seemed
of
like
the
not very
Batman cartoons. Like when we have a lot of time, we're gonna have to like go through the DC animated stuff, like the animated film kind of connotations. We'll have to go through the what is it? The animated shows.
Yeah. We'll have to do that, yeah. Like Batman, I really want to get through Batman the animated series. Um I remember seeing a bit of Batman the animated series, but I remember getting through Batman Beyond further than I did the animated series.
I think Batman Beyond is better than the animated series. That might be something that people burn me to the fucking stake for saying.
Hang on.
I always loved the intro to Batman Beyond because it's so much more metal and harder than the actual show. And do you want to know why?
Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Just keep doing what you're doing. I need to do something real quick.
The Batman. Well, imagine that's what just happens with the Batman. Like he just goes around. I thought I increased the level of this.
Hey, who's this person
no,
in
it's this
the
level.
front? What's going on?
What? Who? What? Where? Why?
Oh, there's a truck. Oh,
What's going on?
sorry.
You're confusing me. What's happening? Eerie.
Sorry, my bad. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I had my microphone off. Nothing's going on. It's just I didn't have my microphone off. My brother's friends. I didn't know who he was, and he's out in the front, and I thought something weird was happening. So call my mom
Okay.
for help. It's okay. Everything's fine. Everything's 100% fine.
Okay, just making sure you're not being weirdly murdered or kidnapped.
Yeah. If there was an axe murderer, I'd give you everything, my location, my my social security number, everything. Anyway, Glib Facsimile, what's up, Glib? He's in the chat. What's up, man? Glib Facsimile says more like Arkham Borigans. Am I right? Cause WB sucks. Got him, am I right? What's up, Glib? What you been up to? How are you spending your New Year's?
Uh-oh. Where am I going?
What'd you do?
Where am I going? I'm being sucked into a grinder.
Oh man, meat grinder.
I thought you'd have more fight in you. A lot more.
Modern men problems getting caught in grinder.
Don't you hate it when you fall into a meat grinder?
I was making a grinder. Never mind.
Huh?
Grinded the gateway platform.
Oh, the app, yeah. Glitchback simply says my project won't render because of a singular issue that makes no sense. That's how it's going.
Welcome
and then he sends me a beaver.
Welcome to technology. It never works when you need it to.
Yeah, we had to restart this stream like 3 times. Because it was all messed up.
Yeah, so Arkham Origins crashed, and when it crashed, it was blocking the entire screen, so I couldn't change the windows to go to Task Manager. So we were just stuck.
Oh yeah, and
so
it was frozen.
I couldn't. Task Manager was stuck underneath Arkham Origin.
How much further? We're almost there. I can taste the fresh air. It's the air I'm tasting now.
We're gonna have an ambush here. What's
Well,
going on?
hello! In the face.
On action!
What are you waiting for?
So, yeah, Glib, we just decoded that I was thinking of Batman the Brave and the Bold when I completely thought it was something else, and I was just kind of being dumb, and that's it. That's what's up with us. He also says,
is it this thing? No. Okay, so what other thing could it be? And it turned out to be the first thing that we suggested.
Here's the thing. Batman the Brave and the Bold, like what's his face said, it was like a comic collaboration thing that gets confused with the actual animated series.
I don't think anyone thinks of the Brave and the Bold comic. I think when people hear Brave and the Bold, they hear the cartoon. At least that's what I hear. I didn't know about this comic collaboration. But no, you said me too.
Me too.
But then you didn't know the name of the show.
Well, I mean, I was thinking about the show, but the thing was, the Google search was like, oh, you mean the comic, or you mean like this, and I thought it was like a different cartoon. It messed me up. It really messed me up. Oh my gosh. Glibpax Emily says when that happens, try doing Windows key instead of Alt Tab, then drag the window into a new workspace. That usually will allow you to re-access the desktop. My favorite lore is that Gordon Freeman is now the protagonist of Fallout.
Here we go.
I think he's.
He's taking the piss out of you.
Yeah, I know. He's my favorite Fallout character. And I'm pretty sure that Joshua Graham is my favorite Fallout is my favorite Half-Life character.
No, I didn't want to
But, you know,
climb. I
just
wanted to
keep
run
in
the vent. Shit.
I don't know why Fallout and Half-Life like occupy the same space in my brain, and I keep getting them both confused. I mean, Shiny gifted me Fallout for Christmas, and I'm really excited to play it.
No, I didn't. I gifted you Half-Life. Were you doing that on purpose?
No, I wasn't.
Guys aren't getting enough to eat. It's not enough sleep. I mean, how else am I supposed to explain your incompetence?
You even confused what I gifted you.
Oh my gosh. He gifted me Half-Life. Not Fallout. It wasn't Fallout. But I don't know why I keep getting them mixed up. I don't know why. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Clip Facsimile says the idea of G-Man going Dr. Freeman and then he wakes up in a... Sorry. Glib says the idea of... He says the idea of G-Man going Dr. Freeman and then he wakes up in a vault is really funny. Also, both franchises have power armor. Erie is just not into the aesthetic of either yet. Alex Halo says $5, she's doing it on purpose. I'm not doing it on purpose. I don't know why they're the same. I don't know why they're the same to me. I keep thinking Half-Life is Fallout and Fallout is Half-Life. Listen, I grew up as a Nintendo kid. My first console was the Wii.
You there? You just cut out. Erie, you got out, your internet's gone again. Erie. When will your mic finally work?
Ah, my Wi-Fi disconnected again.
You're having fun Wi-Fi problem today.
Oh yeah, the Wi-Fi loves me today.
Standing around for the man just gave away his location.
But yeah, I don't know why Half-Life and Fallout occupy the same brain space for me. I'll have to play them and figure out which is which.
But still alive. I don't know if you'll walk again.
Oh my gosh.
Shit. No, smoke bombs. Fuck, I'm gonna die. I'm dead.
Oh man, the chat went dead for me. I'm sorry. I can't read the chat.
Ding dong, the bat is dead. Which old bat? The damn old bat. Ding dong, the damn old bat is dead.
He's having so much fun.
He is having so much fun. I was doing so well there, and then I just caught on the ledge, and there's like, I found him! And they all just shot me.
Yeah.
I know everyone's anxious to open their presents.
Oh man. Here's the thing. Glib Facsimile says, I think Erie will like Fallout more than Half-Life ultimately. Tyler Preston says Erie's woman moment. Gee, thanks, buddy. Glib also says, when she understands that Fallout equals the 50s and Half-Life equals the 90s, it will all click. Also, Fallout and Half-Life are both radiation references. Fallout is a nuclear bomb thing, and Half-Life refers to the decay of radioactive elements. That's what I'm saying! That's what I'm saying! I know that part. The thing is, that's probably why they're the same thing to me. It's like a post-apocalyptic world, you know, very early in like the game space. That kind of stuff.
But Half-Life isn't a radioactive world.
It's a nuclear bomb. It's a. I keep thinking it's like the Cold War, has to do with the Cold War, but you were telling me that it has to do with China instead of Russia.
No, Fallout has to do with China, yeah.
Fuck's sake. Fallout!
I'm just gonna imagine
Fallout.
you're playing the first Half-Life game, and then you're just gonna end up like, where's all the Russians? Like, where's Russia supposed to be in this?
Where are the Russians?
Why am I fighting
And
weird
then I'm gonna
extra-dimensional creatures?
And then I'm gonna be playing Fallout, and I'm like, where's the secret society that destroys everything?
Ah, shit.
Anyway, yeah. Glib says he's actually not surprised that at all that someone would confuse the two. The radioactive franchise where you wear power armor and fight zombies. You just need to experience the game and understand why they're so different. Fallout is a completely different vibe. Yeah, that's what Shiny tells me, man. That's what Shiny tells me. Fallout is post-apocalyptic. Half-Life, you're living through the apocalypse. Okay. Shadow Intronic says, I need to finish Arkham Asylum if I can find a controller that doesn't move backwards. Also, need to find a way to record Vengeance off XP laptop because Windows 10 doesn't run it and I don't want to emulate. Good luck, man. Good luck.
Oh,
man.
I'm sorry. Did I kill your friend? Whoops. My bad.
The actor is having so much fun as Joker.
I prefer Mark
I'm
Hamill
kinda
Joker
jealous.
still. Like, in Arkham Knight, you can tell Mark Hamill is having so much fun with that role.
Looks like the bat's shown
Oh
up.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Do me a favor and keep him busy while I finish up.
I love when actors are just so consumed in their role that it's you could tell it's just become a part of them. Not in a weird way, not in a bad way, but just like yeah. They just go ham. Kind of like Christopher Eccleston when it came to the like the recording of like the Doctor Who sequel series, not the sequel series, the Big Finish series.
Yeah, the audio
know what I mean?
drama series.
The audio drama. Yeah, there we go. Like, he sounds like he's having so much fun. In my opinion. Glib Facsimile says, Fallout, open world, go anywhere you want, and there's no real direction. It's an RPG. Half-Life is linear, and you play it as the silent everyman. When you're free to make choices, the other you have none. Okay, alright. Got it.
I'd say
So
Gordon
one's
Freeman isn't
linear,
really
one's open.
Gordon Freeman isn't really an everyman. Like, an everyman, I think to me is more of an archetype of anyone can relate to. I don't think anyone can relate to being a 29-year-old physicist who is completely speechless. But I do know that
Oh, he
idea
can't
of like
talk?
you put your Gordon Freeman doesn't talk throughout the entire game series. It's a bit of a running joke actually. Because the idea is the problem with having a protagonist who speaks is it immediately becomes a disconnection between you and the character you're playing. So they just don't have him speak. Like he's completely voiceless throughout the games.
And that's why Link from The Legend of Zelda, he doesn't talk at all.
I don't know if that's the
He's
same
actually
reason. I don't know
adorable.
anything about Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, you haven't played Legend of Zelda. You weren't a Nintendo kid growing up,
No.
I guess.
Like I
Were you a
played
Nintendo?
the
No, you weren't.
I played the Nintendo DS and the Nintendo Wii, and I also had a Switch for a
Yep.
short time. Actually, I've still got the Switch. I just don't use it because the Steam Deck's way better.
Yep. Glibfax Emily says, I think anyone can relate to the silent protagonist in any game. I agree.
I wouldn't say that makes them a relatable person, but it makes you easier to put yourself in their shoes. That's why Master Chief never really talked while you were playing the games, even though he is a voiced character. Whenever you're playing, it just immerses you a bit more. That Master Chief himself just doesn't speak.
Yeah.
At least while we're talking about the first few.
I will say, though, I had a hard crush on Link in Twilight Princess. And then, because he looks super hot. Like, they made him, like, super handsome. My gosh. And then there's a scene where he takes his shirt off and does wrestling. It's really funny. Like, you could tell, like, they knew what they were doing. You knew what they were doing. But when I was younger, I was like, oh my gosh, nobody could see this. This is just for me. Oh, man. Glib Facsimile says, at Black Mesa, Gordon has a PhD, but his job is to push a cart around.
You need a PhD to push a cat around.
Bungie specifically stated that Master Chief was meant to be a suit of armor, and that is the same concept with Gordon. For example, Gordon didn't have an official character model in the game until Alex was released. Really? I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure he did have an official character model. Like, even in Half-Life, he had a character model. In fact, you even technically, if you break the game in Blue Shift, you're technically still Gordon Freeman because that's the character model you see yourself as in third person.
He said this would happen.
Yeah, yeah.
In fact, there's even the Half-Life thingy match, death match, where you can play as Gordon Freeman as well. Like they have a character model for that.
Oh, yeah. You also look like Gordon Freeman. Just saying. Just saying. I'm doxing Shiny right this minute. He looks exactly like Gordon Freeman. If you want to know what Shiny looks like IRL, Gordon Freeman, there you go.
That one last guy is just terrified. It's like, oh, the only guy left.
Glib also says he had a third-person model you could switch to, but it wasn't official because he wasn't wearing a helmet. Half-Life 2, however, doesn't have an official model. There's no third-person model. Damn, I gotta get into these games.
Hostages know where the Joker's
I gotta dispel the confusion once and for all between these games. Half-Life and Fallout.
What's cool is that you can use Gmod to play Half-Life, the first one, as cooperatively.
You were almost killed.
Occupational hazard.
Oh, it's Harley!
Look,
It's my girl, Harley Quinn.
he's in the Panopticon, and he's waiting for you.
I just love my Mr. J. Just don't hurt him too hard, alright, Bats? He's got brain damage. Glib Facsimile says Synergy Obsidian Conflict. If you get the Synergy mod, you can play the main campaign co-op together.
Yeah,
we've
got that. I was going to use Synergy, but I found that you can't use Synergy to play Half-Life Source. So instead I'm just using Gmod, and there's a special... Like, we kind of got it set already. You can use a special mod for Gmod that allows you just to play pretty much the first Half-Life game. But what's the other one? Obsidian Conflict that he was recommending.
Obsidian Conflict, yep.
I'll have to look at that. Is that for the first one?
If you get... I don't know. What do you say, Glib? Is it the first one? He says if you get Spend Coop, you could do Half-Life 1 together.
Spend Coop. I looked at Spend Coop, but it looks a little annoying to try and sort that out. Like, it just seems like it'd be easier to do it with Gmod. And it's basically just the game anyway in Gmod. There's someone who's worked very hard for some reason to put the entirety of the first Half-Life game into Gmod and make it work properly.
He says Spend Coop is HL1 native.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure you had to do some crazy stuff to make it working.
Yeah, we'll have to just research into it.
Yeah, I'll do research on it.
Shadow Wingtronics, is this set before Harley went crazy? It looks like it is.
Yeah,
it looks like it is.
That's why I had to call Origins the prequel.
And you know, everybody loves my Harley Quinn impression.
Apparently,
I can say anything I want as Harley Quinn.
Wouldn't let me out. And for good reason. I don't like having my
See, you could tell he's got a grudge because he's doing push-ups in jail.
Well,
Batman can literally sidestep through the bars.
Not unless someone else puts up 50 million bucks.
I wasn't worried.
Glib Facsimile, he says, I don't know, playing HLS through Gmod sounds like the backwards route.
It's a mod that someone's put a lot of work into, so I think it should work fine. I did a few tests myself, and it also allows you to control the character models as well.
I heard that like Gmod was like a really revolutionary thing. Like what is it really? Like what's it all about?
It's basically
I know like
it's the Source engine. It's basically Half-Life. However, they've messed around with the Source engine, so it's basically just the ultimate sandbox game, where it's very easy to turn into like make new game modes and mod stuff into the game and such. So like people use it for all sorts. I remember there used to be like a jailbreak game mode that people made, where you could you had basically those cops and robbers.
Mm-hmm.
And they also had a what was it? There was also Trouble in Terrorist Town. Trouble in Terrorist Town was so fun. It's actually it's Among Us, but it's with guns essentially. It's the original like traitor Among Us game.
Oh. Mhm. I know that the Stanley Parable is another Half-Life mod thing.
Yeah, it's on Source Engine. I don't know if it's technically counted as a mod though, because it might have some of the same assets in it. I'm not sure, but I think it's technically more classed as its own game rather than being a mod, even though it runs on Source Engine.
I remember you got me the Stanley Parable like a long time ago. That was really fun.
Yeah, you really wanted that.
Yeah, it was super fun. I remember I had a crush on the narrator, and then I saw him online, and I'm like, oh, he's really old. He's like really, really old. Not what I pictured. Oh man, Glib says, Spend Co-op has the original campaign baked into the mod. All you have to do is create a server for it. It sounds cool, but I just know that everyone looks at Half-Life Source as the broken, ugly version of the game.
Yeah.
That Steam itself doesn't support it.
Yeah. Essentially, it started out as an experiment into porting games from Gold Source to the Source engine, and it was then just abandoned by Valve. That they eventually just didn't put enough work into it as they turned it to an actual game.
McCaffrey says, Happy New Year, everyone. This old man's going to bed. Good night, 2025. Hey, good night, McCaffrey. Have a good year, man. Shadowingtronic says, I saw Playframe's playthrough of the Stanley Parable. It's an interesting story. It is super interesting. It's like it feels like an infinite kind of game. It feels like there's no end to it.
I love how the narrator can be
says,
both a friend and an enemy to you.
Oh, he can.
On, like, sometimes he's like a horrible villain, sometimes he's like equally surprised as you are about things.
Yeah. He's super fun. However, when I was down the Stanley Parable rabbit hole, I did find the part of the fandom that shipped the main character with the narrator.
Oh, fun.
It's really funny. It's super weird.
No, stay away from the guns.
I'm like, sure.
Ow, in the corner, stuck in the corner. Ow.
What else? Glib says the new update is beautiful. They fixed all the light maps in Half-Life 1 and a lot of little bugs. In Half-Life 2, they also went through and fixed all the light maps. That alone made it worth replaying both. Also, you should check out Brutal Half-Life. There's a ton of mods for the campaign worth checking out. There's Max Payne mod for HL1. There's MMOD for both 1 and 2 that improves the gameplay and overall experience. That sounds fun.
Yeah, it was really cool when seeing Valve go through all that effort to put updates into Half-Life for the anniversary. It really seems that they are starting to get a bit more active now, especially with the news of the new Half-Life game being worked on. It could be... we don't know if it's 2 games, and we don't know if... Because there's Half-Life X, which we know of, and there's also Project White Sands. It might be the same thing, it might be 2 things, as far as we've heard.
Are you sure that White Sands is connected to Half-Life?
Yeah, we know it's connected to Half-Life specifically because of LinkedIn leaks, where it's appeared on people's profiles as what they've been working on.
Interesting.
Ow.
Interesting.
Ah, fuck.
The internet is a magical place. Wasn't there also GTA 6 leaks that recently happened?
Yeah, there was also GTA 6 leaks.
We had GTA 6 before GTA 6, damn. Glib Facsimile says, white sand sounds like snow. Snow sounds like Borealis. I'm waiting
Could
for
be.
them to release Source 2 versions of everything.
What does Half-Life X sound like? Because we do know that Valve has been working on a lot of stuff for Zen because of source leaks. As there are a lot of things that reference Zen in the code. So it's possible that it could be two games. One could be Half-Life X's Zen, the other one could be possible Half-Life 3, or possibly something to do with Borealis, as you said, with the White Sands. But I'd also be very surprised if it took them that long to make Half-Life 3, considering how long it's been since Alex. Like, you wouldn't think it would just be appearing just after, like, a year or two, 2 years, I think it's been since Alex.
Borealis. Aurora
Borealis!
At this time of year, time of day, localized entirely in your kitchen. Yes. Can I see it? No.
I remember once where you just messaged me the entirety of Aurora Borealis! Out
It
of
was
the blue.
all Steam Hams. Yeah. Just the entire Steam Hams, like, the script. It was really fun. It was just a time where I was just obsessed with the Steam Hams bit. It was really funny. I was just watching all of the different, like, reanimated versions of steamed hams. Gosh, I love steamed hams. It's hilarious. Shadowwing Tronics says, and it's the Christmas decorations, and that's the Christmas decorations put away until I find the one that I left behind. Probably find it sometime in March. That tends to be the case. Glib Facsimile says, I think it's going to be a supremely long time. Half-Life is ultimately the most personal thing to Gabe N. The only reason there's no Half-Life 3 is it has to represent a technological advancement. That's what I said. That's what I said. And Alex proves VR wasn't what Gabe N thought it would be. They tried to push VR, make it cheaper, but it's not the future right now.
The thing is, we have made VR much cheaper. You can get a VR headset for like 300 quid now. But the problem mainly is that Valve hasn't yet tried to make it cheaper. They're still trying to develop the technology to be the best it can be before they make it cheaper. We've heard so many things about what they're doing with the Deckard. But they always kind of hype what they're going to do with it rather than hyping the price. Which was the main thing which we see with Meta. They're like, oh look, we're selling a 200 quid headset. Oh look, over here, we're for Vive, we're now selling a 400 quid alternative. Steam's just like, okay, look, we're kind of releasing one. It's a tiny bit experimental. It's like £9,000.
Jeez.
Nah, it's 900 quid.
Oh.
Let's do this.
That's still a lot, though.
So, what our friend Bane holds in his hand is...
Glib also says, so I'm assuming that the reason we're getting a new Valve game now is because VR didn't end up working out, and now they're going to try and make something new out of what is already popular.
And when it's fully charged...
Electric chair, okay.
So either you kill Bane...
No, I won't kill him.
I think that one of the Half-Life projects is probably going to be for the Deckard, and it's probably going to be a tech demo. And I think the other one's going to be a sequel to either Alex or a sequel to Half-Life.
Is in your hands.
So what's going
I do
on
think
here
Zen,
is-
because again, the Zen assets that we've been seeing mentioned in code, and the fact that Gaben's always said that he always regretted not properly fleshing out Zen.
Servant and lifelong companion. Yet here you are.
Gabe is like the original creator of Half-Life, right?
Sort of, yeah. He's one of the original team, and he's also the CEO of Valve. He founded Valve. He used to be he worked at Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Shadow
lots of-
Electronics says... Oh, go ahead.
As I said, there's lots of people that contributed to the original Half-Life.
Mm-hmm. Shadow Wingtronic says, Glib, you mentioned on Morning Nonsense that you were going to do a vid on Star Trek Writer's Guide. Did you finish that? I'm almost done with my own written review and curious to see yours. And he says, part 1 is out and I'm trying to render part 2 of the characters right now. I'm just having problems with the 4K cuts on the timeline for some reason. Half-Life X sounds like a VR sequel. White Sand sounds like Half-Life 3. I don't think that the deck is important for Half-Life yet. Yeah. Sorry.
So I'm
just
trying
peeking
to
in on your internal conversation.
Well, you're reading out to me because I'm trying to focus on fucking Bane here. Nope, don't! That's the bad time. That's also a bad time. Like, yes, use B to stun him, but then every time I get close, he just pounds me. And he does that. Oh fuck it, just kill me, just kill me, just kill me, just kill me, just kill me. Come on, do it, just kill me.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Save
so
me
you
some
need to
time.
focus on this one. Okay.
Nah, I can do both. It's just it can be just a bit distracting to talk and play. But that's the whole point of streaming. Otherwise, you just be playing a game quietly in the corner by yourself. Oh, who's messaging me? Oh, no mind. Okay. It's fine.
Of his servant and lifelong companion right now.
Oh, are you playing a game all by yourself? No, I'm with the science team. Yeah!
No, the thing wasn't playing a game, it was...
I know.
You masturbating
I know.
by yourself? No, I'm with the science team!
No, I'm with the science team.
I love the Half-Life FX stuff, they're just hilarious.
Yeah. Glib says, oh, he's talking about, I think he's talking about something personal. To someone else in the chat. So basically, the story of Batman Origins right now is that, the Joker is giving you, like, a trolley problem of, like, you gotta kill Bane!
You gotta kill Bane or I'm
prevent another-
dying.
Right.
He's obsessed with the fact that Batman just couldn't let him die.
Interesting.
What? Oh, there we go. Cutscene.
Oh, so you have to lose.
Yeah.
Don't move. Maybe you should move.
I don't like how jarring the cutscenes are. It reminds me a bit of Hunt Down the Freeman, where it's like you've got some in-game cutscene, in-game gameplay, and all of a sudden the lighting just changes drastically.
Uh-huh.
Jim. When that chair goes off, that's 2,000 volts. You won't make it. You don't need to.
Remember what I thought it was?
I thought it was Hunt
like-
Down, Hunt Down.
No, it was Catch a Freeman.
Catch a Freeman. That was it. Which sounds like a story about a guy who catches slaves.
I watched the whole documentary about that, and like, just to have it on, just to have something on the background, and like the information I know about it is so selective.
I'm not looking for peace.
I don't want peace. I want problems
Yes, I
all the
want to
way.
fuck you up.
No, you don't know that video? I don't want peace. I want problems always. It's like some African guy in some like African-made movie in Africa.
Africa made movie in Africa. No, I thought an Africa movie would be made in fucking Spain.
Oh man.
Fuck you up. Fuck Bane up. Ow. No, don't
I'm
don't
testing.
punch Bane while he's fucking charging.
Ultimately, Bane dies and saves the Joker.
Don't beat the shit out of him. Beat the shit out of him. No, fuck off.
You got this. You got this.
Come on, fuck off.
Damn!
Out of the way.
That was cold.
Out of the way. Fuck. Shit. The game's slowing down a bit for me. There we go, fuck.
Ah, man.
I'm
What's he gonna say?
disappointed.
I kill you.
I kill you. We thought the
My
same
fucking
thing.
cousins were referencing that the other day.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you were
They
telling me.
They were
that
referencing
they were...
fucking Jeff Dunham, while on the side making 9/11 jokes.
That's amazing. I kill you.
I was genuinely surprised by both of those facts. Kids are weird. They joke about the weirdest things. Like Christmas Day, watching them build a tower out of just these magnetic construction blocks, and then drive 2 towers into it. It was drive 2 planes into the Twin Towers. What a thing! Children are monsters.
That's amazing. Ah, kids. Kill you. I am terrorist. So, have you ever heard of the game Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah, I know the game Kingdom Hearts.
Have you ever, like, gotten into it?
Nope, I haven't.
I was super into Kingdom Hearts as a teenager, but the thing is, the story is so incredibly convoluted, it's a meme at this point. Like, the writer doesn't even know what he's doing anymore. He actually hired people to keep track of the lore that he's written. It was something Nomura. That's the writer. Oh, cutscene. Whoop his ass. Did he kill him?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, Batman killed
The
somebody.
game is over, Joker. Let Captain Gordon go.
Yeah, put the gun down, freak.
How about I put you down?
Gordon!
Well, that's the Christmas spirit. Well, I'd love to stay and celebrate your victory, but
This was your Christmas day.
Mistletoe to hang, and about 15
Your Christmas Day is getting shot by a clown while dealing with a riot in a prison.
Average day in New York.
He's got my gun! Gordon, Joseph, I need your help to stop the Joker. Our help? You're the so-called vigilante. Or is one kill enough?
Oh, but I've had my character arc, and I gotta...
Pulmonary arrest.
I've developed as a character.
Him before it's too late.
You mean you didn't?
That's not how I do things. Now go.
Oh yeah, he didn't kill him.
Maybe you should be doing that a little bit
Nice.
faster.
That's the Batman we all know. That's not where you hold the defibrillators.
Look, you need to punch his chest.
He's got one on his chest and one near his groin. That's not where you do it.
Yeah, electrocute his groin.
Come on, man. He brought you back.
You leave me no choice. Mr.
Oh, come on. That's no way to thank him.
Bro ain't cool, bro. Feels like the Arkham games always end up reverting to the fight the big bad guy who's like massive and strong. They did that with City, they did that with Asylum.
He's a big boy now.
He's a big boy.
Look at him, he's so beefy. He eats his protein!
That guy eats a cereal.
What do we know about TN1? The compound I
He
found
drinks
in
all his milk.
I'll start looking into it now, sir. Master Bruce.
So, yeah, Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is hilariously convoluted, and it's hilariously dark and edgy, without actually being too edgy. It has to be like Disney safe, but still edgy, if that makes any sense. When I was a teenager, I bought one of the games on the DS, and it had like a secret society and secret organization, and everyone wears black, and I'm like, yo, this is cold as fuck. And I thought it was so cool. And I finished the game, and I'm like, I have no idea what that story was, or what happened. To a point where, when you finish a Kingdom Hearts game, you unlock a whole appendix that basically has to summarize every game prior to, and you still don't understand anything. So Kingdom Hearts is hilarious, and now people just play it for like the Disney aspect at this point. Like the anime characters don't even really matter anymore.
Ow, 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 ow,
Oh,
ow,
shit.
ow.
I have to stand beside him.
He's mad. He's mad at you, Shiny.
He is
What'd you
very
do?
mad at me. I shocked his groin.
And this is the thanks he gets for bringing him back from the dead.
Yep.
Thanks, man.
Bullet to good. We got the place secure. Any update? I'm with the warden.
I mean, maybe you would be upset if, you know, someone shocked your groin while you were knocked out cold too, right?
Probably. Oh shit, no, he didn't like that!
He fried my balls!
I was trying to sneak up behind him again, he didn't like that one. I'm gonna crush you! Come on. Come on, crush me over here. Come on, crush me over here, do it. Do it, pussy.
Tyler Preston says every Kingdom Hearts game is canon, and I mean everyone. Yes, there is no non-canon Kingdom Hearts game. There is no... Yeah, there's so many details. The first one is like a super simple story, you know, and then after that it just completely loses its mind and how serious it is.
What happened to
It's
his
amazing.
neck? His neck just became more spine. No, didn't see me.
He didn't use this, you know?
Silent takedown! No, 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 no! He's too paranoid. No, I didn't get inside that. I didn't get inside that vent. Open.
Man, this guy is scary.
Oh wait, is he stuck? Oh, I thought he was stuck. No, he was not stuck. He wasn't stuck. He wasn't stuck. He wasn't stuck. That was an amazing dodge. That was not even
impressive.
properly. I was just jumping in the vent, jumped out, and completely avoided him. No, 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 no.
Okay.
Face me.
He is freaky. Damn.
Take down.
Yes!
What? I think I've broken the game.
What? Oh! Oh.
It fixed itself. Here.
Seb wants to know, what is the worst game you've ever played / the most hated?
Okay, I remember Mass Effect Andromeda. That's the easy one to go to. I usually don't play games that are bad unless I'm intentionally playing it. So, yeah, the only one that I can think of that I played was Mass Effect Andromeda. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
What is the worst
Joker
game?
has Gordon pinned down in death row.
What's the worst game that I've ever played? I've played a lot of Nintendo games, but I know that there were a few that I especially despised.
No. Oh, fuck.
I gotta think about it, hang on. What's the worst game?
There'll be games that I don't think are good, but I don't usually hate. Like, hate's a strong word for them. Like, I usually just don't even think about them.
You know what? I really like games that are story heavy. I'll tell you that. The thing is, I've had a period of playing Nintendo Fire Emblem games. Now, Fire Emblem.
He was just looking right in that vent.
So, Fire Emblem games are very, very story heavy. Now, there was one 3DS game that brought the Fire Emblem franchise back from the grave.
Oh, he didn't like that. He really didn't like that.
Ow. However, Fire Emblem, the one that brought it back was actually a pretty decent story, but the ones after them were just horrendous, dog. I'm talking specifically Fire Emblem Birthright and Conquest. They are so bad and so, like, unsatisfying stories. Especially because, like, it's a story of, like, this whole war, and, like, there's two factions that they hate each other, and you could pick either faction to fight for. It was so horrendous, dog. Because there was this one character, and that was, like, the magical female character who's supposed to, like, every time they run into a problem, she always had a solution. And I hated her for it, and she was too precious as a character, and she just felt so Mary Sue that I just hated her so much. And there was, at the end of the game, she dies, and it's supposed to make you feel bad. And she's like, don't cry, you know, just smile for me. And then she dies, and I'm like, oh, I'm smiling for real, honey. I hate you. Oh, man. I hated that. I hated Birthright and Conquest. It was Azula. It was Azula that I hated. I hated her so much. So it's like, if the story sucks, I will remember how much it sucked. Got him.
In terms of movies, like, I think there's Zack Snyder's Justice League.
That's your worst? That's your least favorite?
That's all I can think of. I wouldn't even necessarily hate it, I just think it's terrible, and I think it's very overhyped.
You know, he could just grab anywhere and just come right down.
I think he's just too beaten now. Like, he's been electrocuted, he's been fucked up.
Yeah. My least favorite movie is 5,000% Rebel Moon. 5,000%. I watched that with Shiny, and it was, like, fun watching it with Shiny. Like, I like dark and gritty. Like, I eat Berserk for breakfast, you know? So at the beginning, I thought, oh, I'm probably gonna like this movie, and Shiny's probably gonna hate it because of how overbearingly dark it is. But it was comically dark. It was so hard to take seriously how dark it was. And not only that, the amount of slow-mo that was in that movie was horrendous. My gosh, I came away just, like, feeling super frustrated with the movie because of how slow it was. There would be, like, the shittiest shots that would be slow motion. It was so bad. It was so bad.
You were screaming at top of your lungs, like, what's it with the slow motion?
Yeah, I remember. Oh my gosh. And nobody showed any emotion. Oh my gosh. I should release clips. I think I have the footage of Rebel Moon still. The thing is I put it in a bad like video editor, and now like the video editor has gone to shit. But I should like put in like the best moments and just edit it down rather than doing like a whole commentary, because that was, in retrospect, it was funny. But my gosh, it was horrible. It was
There's always Rebel Moon Part 2.
Yeah, there's Rebel Moon Part 2 too.
I think I found entertainment in Rebel Moon specifically because of your pain. Like, when I watched Zack Snyder's Justice League, I was in pain, and I was like, wow, this really fucking sucks, and it's painful to watch. I hate it, I'm sick and tired of this, I want to stop, but I kind of have to see this through, kind of thing.
Yeah. But like with Rebel Moon, yeah.
Because you was being tortured, it made it fun for me.
He went through that door towards the chapel.
I was screaming at the screen because there would be no emotion. There would be a happy moment, and yet Cora just wouldn't smile, and it would just be a close up of her face, and I'm like, just smile, damn it, smile, smile, and the amount of slow mo. You know what? You know what it feels like? There's slow-mo that's cool, right? Slow-mo can draw out like an amazing part of the action, right? It can feel like it can feel like a Windows screensaver. You know what I mean? That's satisfying slow-mo. But it just felt like it was teasing just getting to the end of a sequence. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you're getting to point A to point B, and we're having this fight to see who wins.
The slow motion was just pointless. Like it just didn't even show you anything. It was just weird.
It didn't, and it just felt like it was just constantly like you know when we were playing this game and then the game would crash, the game would freeze every now and again.
Also, I noticed you haven't. We're in a church now.
Oh, we're in a church now, yeah.
But the bet we made.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Glib, because you don't know, we made a bet. Because Shiny says there's a wedding between Joker and Batman, and I'm like, you're lying, and there's $4 on the line. Ain't no wedding happening here. I think he was lying, but now I'm starting to think maybe he wasn't lying.
You just can't get it through your thick skull. We both exist because of them.
Give up. You've lost.
Give up, Joker!
Give up, Joker! Stop trying to have sex with the Pokemon! It's kind of weird, bro.
You know what I was referencing? No, Joker. It's a Pokemon, Joker. It's an animal. There's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman. KO. Eat his ass. Eat his ass.
That's why you do it, isn't it? You like the way it feels. It's what you need.
Also, I didn't realize for half an hour it's been 2025.
Oh my gosh! Happy New Year, Shiny!
Why quit there? You know there's only one way to stop me.
Joker's into some weird
Damn,
stuff.
he's going crazy. He is.
Any one of my guys would have killed him.
I fucking knew there was no
The
wedding.
city deserves better than that.
You were lying.
Are you so sure?
You know, my daughter thinks she's
I am.
a hero.
He's properly knocked
But
out.
I still
I
have
don't
to bring
think
you in.
there's gonna be a wedding thing going on.
I'm in the chapel. We got the Joker.
Glib Facsimile says, Jesus saved my soul, Batman. I confessed my sins and accepted Jesus Christ as my
had
Lord and
some help.
Savior, Brucey boy.
I keep asking myself why I didn't bring him in. And
I knew it.
I now know the truth
You
is
lied to me. You
I
lied
let
to
him
me.
go because of you. Because you believe in him. I don't know. They put me in charge of a station full of rotten cops.
We're in jail now.
And I can't change them.
Where
any
is he?
more
Where's
than
the
I can
pen? Where's the
change
Joker?
this damn city. Or at least that's what
I
it
like the
is.
part where he said, "I'm the Joker, baby." That's my favorite part.
Stopped his heart. That is funny. Good one, Bats. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Maybe I can give them something to believe in.
Oh my gosh, Glib just referenced the Cowboy Bebop church. Oh man, come on, action. I fucking knew it, you lied to me.
I said there was a church scene.
You said no, you did not.
I merely
You did
inferred
not.
it was a wedding.
You did. What?
I merely inferred it was
I'm
a
gonna
wedding.
have to go back. You said there was a wedding.
Maybe it's a metaphorical wedding.
No, dude. No, you said it was a wedding. You can't play technicality on me.
Sooner or later.
Deathstroke got a pin-up girl in his in his
You
fucking
rotting
room.
here? Or you
himself.
wait for me?
He does. He has a little pin-up girl.
He does.
He's got taste.
Horny boys, the world's most abundant resource.
It's time for a cold, cold night.
Let's play Cold Cold Night. Heck yeah. It's New Year's, baby.
Oh no, it's cold, cold heart. That's it.
Cold, cold heart, hard done by you. Something's looking better, baby. Just passing through. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Touch down, bring me around into heart. Not the man they think I am at home. No, no, no. And this is what I should have said. Well, I thought it, but I can't did. Sorry. It's not my best performance.
Foundation. That's why we're called the People.
Cool.
And Bruce
Company.
Banner, the People Company.
Goth Cop is usually the version which is like, oh yeah, we're assholes, but we pretend to be sympathetic.
Bruce.
Mm.
I am blown away by
I'm such a good person.
Well deserved. You're going to change the world, Ferris.
Hey, we'll change it together, right?
Pardon me, Mr. Boyle.
I got the award for being the oldest bastard in town.
Looking very, very bright for Gotham. Now, it's
He looks a bit
almost
like
midnight,
Senator
and you all
Armstrong.
know what that means. Let's get this New Year's Eve party
does.
going with the... Whew. Forget to pay your heating bill, Bruce?
Damn.
Where do you think you're going?
Glib says, Bruce, your chin is incredible. Shadowwingtronic says I'm going to have supper and get stuff done. If I don't get back, Happy New Year, players in chat. Good luck saving Gotham. Thank you, Shadowwingtronics. Glad to see you around. See you next time.
Alfred, where's Ferris? Alfred.
Oh my gosh.
Fucking punched me. Little bitch.
Yeah, got him.
Butler's gone crazy. Are you cowards afraid of an old man? Just take it easy.
Hey,
Tyler
don't
Preston.
hurt him. Don't hurt Alfred. I'll kill you.
Hurting Alfred is like killing the dog in a movie, okay? You get no sympathy. None. I don't care if I'm Batman and I should be morally upstanding. You hurt Alfred, you will meet God, okay?
You fuck with Bruce Wayne, you get a knee in the balls.
Knee in the balls.
Are you okay?
Tyler Preston says, have you played any of the Telltale games, Shiny?
Penguins, men.
Yes, I have. I think I played the first season of Batman. Yeah, I think he's talking about the Batman Telltale games.
Well, you're no use to us dressed like that. You need to.
It just occurred to me how weirdly their lips move.
The closest entrance.
Yeah, this game doesn't have very good lip sync. I think
Yeah.
mostly just it's a resource thing.
The only Telltale game that I've played is Shiny put me on to Peak, which was Tales from the Borderlands.
What happened?
Freaking amazing. I loved it.
You never made it to the interview. Wait, you're not going out there alone, are you?
Stay
Oh my gosh, is that...
I'll keep you safe.
Is that... What's her name?
Vicky Bell.
Yeah, it is!
Right.
No, the voice actress. Or...
I don't know who voices Vicky Bell in this.
Those men are armed.
It sounds
I'm
like,
gonna have to take them down quietly if I don't want to get
Grey
shot.
Delisle? The one who usually does Daphne from Scooby-Doo?
Don't forget, I called dibs on those pearls. I'm taking them before we torch this place.
Before we torch this place.
No, fuck you! Oh fuck. Who's gonna take bullets? He can take fucking bullets.
Did he say, I see the bats?
Did he? I
Is that what
paying,
he said?
I was paying attention to the fact that Bruce Wayne's taking bullets to the face.
I like how we explore the manor a bit. That's fun.
That's a lot of wine.
Brother has fine taste in fine wines. This is his wine cellar. I mean, don't rich people have... What is going on down there? Like, rich people have wine cellars, right?
I guess it depends on the rich person. Like, there are some people that just have wine cellars in their houses.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it depends if the person just likes to make wine or likes to store wine in the cellar. It tends to be in a lot of older houses, they tend to have wine cellars. Like, middle-class older houses. I think most modern rich people just tend to have, just they don't even bother having cellars, they just have like a wine rack. But this is a comedic amount of wine. Look at these barrels.
My brother's a wine connoisseur.
It's an industrial brewery down here.
He could make a whole... I bet that's where he gets his money. Where he gets his billionaire money. It's his
selling
brewery,
fine
his
wines.
brewery. Look at all these wines. My gosh! Only the finest for brews for Batman.
If I was a rich person that had a house this big, like, how would you even use it? Like, I feel like you just never use so many parts.
Is it frozen on your end?
No, it's fine on mine.
Oh, okay. It froze for a split second on my end. Jegs and Vohi says, "Oh, I forgot to ask you both. What do you think of Sonic 3? Was Shadow everything you hoped it would be? I liked it, but it's the weakest of the trilogy writing-wise. I haven't seen the Sonic movies. I heard it was good, though.
I've only seen
Like,
the
I heard
first
it's
Sonic film.
surprisingly good. Really? Was it
I've seen
good?
the first one. Yeah, it was alright. Like, it's... I view it as in the same headspace as, like, Shazam, where it's, like, it's fun, but I wouldn't really view it as, like, this deep film.
Yeah, I'm a fan of fun movies. I recently saw Barbie with my sister, and that is a fun movie. My gosh. I could see everybody, I could see, like, anybody liking it, basically. Doesn't matter what your taste is, doesn't matter. Everybody could love it.
I remember my mum tried
It's
to get me to watch it once, and it's like, I think it was, she said that as a selling point, it needs to like tell me a message about
the XE suit for deployment. I'll need Alfred
women
to
or
put
something
finishing
like that.
touches on it.
And I'm just like, no, why would I want that?
Nobody wants to be preached at. Come on, man.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not that kind of a movie. It's a super unserious and fun movie. The thing is, it does make a point, but it makes it in a really creative and fun way, to a point where it doesn't feel preachy at all. It just feels like writers messing around, you know? So it's like a super, super unserious movie. The thing is, like, they say the word patriarchy a lot in the movie, but they never ever say the word feminism, which is interesting. But at the same time, the point at the end of the movie, they just kind of like came around to the idea of like, patriarchy is just it's just a way that we like try to explain the complexities of the world, and it's kind of as unreal and as dumb as playing with dolls and playing with toys, you know? Because there's this scene where Ken goes around and he's like, "Hey, can I do? I'm ready for my to do the open heart surgery." And they're like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And he's like, "You know, because patriarchy. I should just have this job because I'm a man." They're like, "That's not how this works." And he keeps going around like looking for like really high-paying jobs, and he's like, "I should have it because I'm a man, because patriarchy." And he, for some reason, thinks it has something to do with horses, which makes it really funny. But you know, it's a super unserious movie. Like it's parody through and through, really.
I'm surprised you
Jason
didn't see the
Voorhees
title
says-
of the chapter.
What was it?
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel through the mountains. Secret tunnel.
Also, that's funny. You say mountains. You say the full thing. I say mountains.
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 You say mountains. I say mountains. You say tins. I say ins. I miss the T.
I think it's only in the song.
No, like you said
Yes, it does.
through the mountains.
I'm confused. Are you saying this is like a?
I'm saying
accent
we
thing,
say
or?
as an accent thing.
I don't think so.
Through the mountains. Mountain.
It's just that when you sing, you pronounce things differently. That's why,
Yes,
like,
say
when British
mountain.
people sing, mountains. But if I were to sing it, I would be like, "Through the mountains." Jegs and Vo, he says, "Eerie scenes, shiny secret love tunnel? How risque." Oh, Tyler Preston says Beavis and Butthead also did a similar joke, but with white privilege. Yeah, it is. Also, Ken, Ryan Gosling steals the show as Ken. He's super
Knuff.
dumb and super fun. Huh?
He's Knuff.
He is Kenuff. You could feel his Kenergy through the screen.
He thinks he's part of a conspiracy.
The Kenspiracy. But the thing is, like, he loves Barbie. But the thing is, Barbie doesn't love Ken because it's Barbie and Ken. The thing is, like, Barbie does a lot of things without Ken, but Ken cannot exist without Barbie. So, basically, Ken just kind of learns to love himself and accept himself.
You know what's the funniest thing about the Barbie movie?
What's that?
Every single person I hear talk about it comes away with an entirely different interpretation of the story.
I swear, it does. People do. When they take it seriously, they're like, "Oh, the deep themes." Other people are like, "Oh, it's just really funny." And then other people will be like, "Oh, it debunks feminism." And then other people will be like, "Oh, it's pro-feminism." It really is Schrodinger's Barbie. You know, it's all these things until you actually watch it yourself and you come away with something different. I would love to see what you would come away with this movie. Because, like, your mom might come away with, like, oh, it's like got, like, super deep themes of, like, feminism and the power of women. Meanwhile, I'm like, it's super unserious and just makes a joke of everything. So it really depends on who you are, really. But I came away with the idea of the Barbie movie that it's about men and women needing each other in the end. That one cannot go without the other, and we need each other in the world, you know?
Uh-oh. No, no, I don't want to go there. No, I don't want to go there. Fuck, 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 fuck. No, I don't want to go here.
If Glib is still in the chat, I would love to know what he thought of the Barbie movie.
Guy's fucking blind.
And then I would love to show Shiny it and, you know, see what he thinks. Jegs and Vo, he says, did you watch Ryan Gosling's The Fall Guy? I'm surprised it didn't do better given how funny it was. We did, actually. When Shiny was over in America, we saw it in theaters. It was a fantastic movie. Do you remember that, Shiny?
Yeah, I remember. How could you say it like I could forget?
It was such an amazing movie. It was really funny. It was really... I love those kinds of movies. The movies that are just fun, you know? I would classify Barbie as a fun movie. I would classify The Fall Guy as a fun movie. I would classify the Super Mario movie, the new one, as a fun movie. They're just the kinds of movies where it's just like, if you're in a great mood, or if you're having a bad day and you want to be in a great mood, you put those on and you're just like, this is a good time. This movie's just straight up a good time. You know? Those are my favorite kind of movies.
This guy stayed in one place too long. Keep moving.
Jegs and Vo, he says the unicorns were peak cinema. Jegs and Vo, he says, so the question is Shiny hetero enough to watch Barbie? What does that mean?
Ow,
Barbie
ow, ow.
is a movie for everybody. There's also a scene where a little girl, like Barbie comes up to a little girl, and the little girl is like this super edgy teenager, and she calls Barbie a fascist. And Barbie goes away crying, and she's like, but I don't control the flow of commerce or the railroad. How could I be a fascist? So it really makes fun of like brain dead Twitter speak. It's really funny. I don't control the railways or the flow of commerce.
Uh-oh. Ah, shit. Alfred's dead.
No! Kill him. Kill his ass. Take him out. Send him to God. He does not deserve to breathe the same air as Batman does. He should die. I don't care if Batman's the good guy. Kill him. I want him dead. I want him taken out. Take his ass out.
Fuck.
Nobody should kill Alfred. Nobody should hurt Alfred. Not now, not ever.
Damn it, Alfred.
Hey, old timer, I only need a few hundred to put new rims on the car.
Oh, you burnt several $100,000.
Alfred deserves only good things in life. That's it.
Well, Alfred's like, you burnt priceless books from the 11th century, but like you're stealing a huge $100 worth of vases.
Oh, someone's across the street started the fireworks. Americans and our fireworks, am I right? Can you feel my energy? Tyler Preston says, I would like to say that I am an open-minded person. I gave Steven Universe a chance and it was fine. Overrated but decent. Hey man, I get it. sometimes things just like get more hate than they deserve, and they're just fairly inoffensive. I remember like Ben Shapiro was in like hard cope mode about Barbie, and he was just taken aback on how much he loved the movie because he was quite sure it was going to be feminist drivel. That was a time. That was funny.
Get your butts over here!
Jackson Bohe says, I tried twice, but I didn't really like the Mario movie. Really? The spectacle didn't overcome the poor writing. Mind you, I was only hoping for Sonic levels of writing, so it wasn't a high bar. You know what? I respect it. I respect it. The Mario movie doesn't do anything particularly special writing-wise. It's super, super fan servicey, I will admit. It's really fan servicey. But I kind of just enjoy it because it's not trying to be subversive, it's just trying to be fun. You know what I mean? So I think that's fine to me. I have a smile on my face and I could like point at the screen and just be like, oh, I know that reference. Haha. You know?
People to safety, but the Wayne crest is blocking.
Oh, that's amazing. I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know if I could use the line puller to attach people to the banisters. Oh, that's fun.
Save Alfred, save him.
The crest is blocking the way out. You have to move it so we can escape.
Yay, he lives. I love you, Alfred. Give me a kiss. Mwah. Kiss, Alfred.
This way.
What's with those camera angles there?
You just picked those goons apart.
There's some really epic throwing aside the thing.
Room. I think they're going to kill him.
Thank you for the risk.
Why is she standing like that? Why is she's standing weird?
Don't do this.
Hello.
Tyler Preston says the Steven Universe PSAs, on the other hand, pure woke trash, just awful. Yeah, I saw them. They were garbage. Kids, don't be racist.
Don't be racist. I am a building.
A building. Don't be racist. I am a building.
We need to get you out of here.
I heard about you.
Batman.
I have no quarrel with you.
Then you crashed the wrong party.
Freeze? What do you want with me?
I just require a moment of your time.
Let me go!
Mr. Freeze needs
Man,
more freeze
all that
bombs.
equipment. Mr. Freeze. First off, all that equipment looks really heavy. Second of all, how does he sleep?
It's a bodysuit. It's also, no, it's like a suit of armor. No, what's it called? Mech suit or something like that. Fuck. The word's escaping me. Like the suit that enhances your strength.
Jackson Bohe says, I guess the last wish in Lego 1 spoiled me on how good an animated movie could be. Yeah, the Lego movie. Lego 1, Last Wish. What is the... For some reason my brain is thinking Wish from Disney and how bad it was.
This door is frozen shut. I'll need to enter the ballroom through the balcony.
Oh, have you seen the
Lego 1.
the new trailers for the Spider-Man TV show?
Oh, there's a new Spider-Man TV show coming out?
Yeah, you not seen it?
No, I have not.
This is gone. One of Penguin's goons.
Okay, we're gonna have your live
Is it
reaction
good?
to this. Look up the current trailer for the
That's mission accomplished, Michael.
for the series.
Alright, Spider-Man
This is quite the haul. Gonna be eating well this
trailer.
week, boys.
Let's take a look. This animated one?
It's a 3D one, but it's done in the style of a comic book.
Interesting, interesting. Alright, let's take a look at it. I'm gonna put the volume up. Alright. He's a redhead.
Yeah, I know you're watching the right one. Like, I can hear it.
Damn, she tall. His suit is different, okay.
I guess it's trying to go for the early suit, like it's early days Parker.
Mm. Okay.
I think you'd want to turn it down a little bit, just because the audio might end up getting caught.
Mm-hmm. Alright. You can't hear it, can you?
We can hear it a little bit, yeah. Which, like, we could hear the rap music coming through.
Alright. It doesn't look that bad. It looks fun.
Visually speaking, it doesn't
stylistically-
look good.
Huh?
Visually speaking, I don't think it looks good at all.
No.
Like, you don't see it?
I'm looking at it on my phone, so the screen is really small.
Oh. Maybe that's the problem, but I watch it on like a big 4K screen and it looks horrible. Because they're going for a 3D style, sort of 3D stylized comic book thing. They're not doing things like focus blur or motion blur or anything like that. So it as well as the lighting is incredibly flat as well to try and make it look like a comic book, but it just makes it look cheap and a bit shit.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it looks okay. I mean, you know what looks worse? Iron Man Armored Adventures.
I disagree with Iron Man Armored Adventures looking worse.
You don't think so?
Nah, I think Iron Man Armored Adventures actually looks better.
Really? Huh.
I'll see this one wielding.
I mean, I'm actually not a fan of the look. I'm not gonna lie, it was a fun show. But, you know, sometimes the animation would look kind of jank, you know?
Yeah, I agree that the animation is pretty janky in Iron Man Armored Adventures.
Mm-hmm. Also, like, the guy with the earrings and, like, the man bun is throwing me off. Who is that supposed to be?
I don't know.
But first I need to track down Penguin's dealer and find out where Freeze has taken Ferris.
Let's see. So, Jegsinvo, he says, originally the animated show was going to be a prequel to Homecoming. Tyler Preston says, Peter Parker is the last white boy in New York. Jegsinvo, he says, we could have had Spectacular Spider-Man Season 3, but no. So, yeah, I do think I saw a little something about it of, like, someone on YouTube made a post, and it was a poll of, like, whether Spider-Man looks white or minority, like black, Hispanic, or whatever. And to me, he looks like a white. He looks like a white guy with red hair. Don't know why the red hair, but you know.
Ow.
I mean, isn't that like Harry Osborn's thing? So the black guy with the man bun is Harry Osborn. Ironic. It's always the redheads, isn't it? Or is it just me? But, it looks fun, I guess. Why? What kind of reaction did you think I'd have?
And I thought you'd think that was visually shit looking.
I was looking at it with a small screen. So like, yeah, there are like 2D parts and then there are 3D parts, and there are times where it doesn't look like it wants to make up its mind.
The entire
you know?
thing is 3D. It's not even like an arcane
entire-
thing. It's entirely 3D.
Yeah. It looks flat, but I think that's supposed to be like the comic.
I know, but it doesn't
But at
look
the
good,
same
especially since
time-
the details in the background are like... So there's no shadows. There is
There are no
absolutely
shadows.
no lighting. And
Nope.
as well as the color choice, I think the color choice is really painful.
And also, something else that bothered me is that there were no other comic book flares to it. Kind of like how in Spider-Verse they had like the Kirby dots. Do you remember the Kirby dots?
Yeah.
Like, there was no other comic element other than the flat cell shading, the thick outlines, and like the occasional like word like dialogue bubble. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, come on, comics have so much going for them. You could do some more, you know? Let's see. Tyler Preston, he says, he says, and Norman Osborn, a horribly abusive father, is a black man. What did Disney mean by this?
Oof.
Oof. Oof. Jason Vogt, he says, what's funny is that Norman has the classic hair, so now it looks like he's wearing cornrows. Norman has it. Honestly, is it better than the previous Spider-Man show? Yeah. There are some changes that feel kind of forced. Like, everyone's kind of like focusing on Norman Osborn, and it's like, I get it. Why is the redhead always replaced with an African man? You know what I mean? Which is a weird choice. But, yeah. That was my reaction to the Spider-Man trailer.
You know, people always say, oh, it's because it's like a cheap show. But even then, like, I look at things like, what was Stormhawks. Like, Stormhawks is a cheap show, but it very much manages to do a lot with its, like, with what little it has to work with.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, visually speaking, I think it looks great. Even though, like, one thing they do to really lean into the 2D style is that they paint on the shadows to the characters, and then they cast live shadows to the environments, which really just helps add to the 2D feeling of the 3D cartoon. Even though you can very obviously tell it's 3D animated, it still just makes it look that, like, flatter in a good way. So you still have that very nice contrast, but it also kind of looks like it's more flat visually, like it doesn't have that third dimension as much, if that's the right what I'm trying to describe. Because
I was going to correct you and be like, Iron Man Armored Adventures doesn't have shadows, and then I just looked it up, and yes, they do, actually.
Yep, they do.
Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
He's a man on a mission in armor of hectic ammunition, trapped on the edge of an endless game. His teenage life will never be the same. He's in a dangerous world. He does all he does or can. He's Iron Man. I love that cartoon. Like the intro, cartoon intros go so fucking hard.
Oh yeah. I love it. But yeah, it does look weird. There are no shadows, and it does look pretty flat.
I think the fact that it's a kind of a cheap show trying to look 2D as well also makes it look worse than Iron Man Armored Adventures. Because I'm Adventures at least wasn't trying to pretend to be 2D. Like, it's very clearly like a somewhat 3D style show. So the fact that it doesn't try to lean into that, it doesn't create this weird uncanny valley.
Yeah. You know, in anime, there's always like controversy whenever like 3D characters, because they tend to look really bad.
Sorry, repeat that, you cut out.
Whenever in anime, they sometimes replace 2D characters with 3D characters for the action scenes, and people tend to complain about it because it tends to be really bad. There really are no shadows. You're right. I'm looking at it a second time.
Well, look at some of the, when he gets hit by the car, look at the background characters and look at the background buildings.
Okay. Hit by the car. And then he's getting chased.
No. Just go back to the getting hit by the car. Look at the background character and look at the buildings.
Ooh. I didn't notice that. Oh. I see what you're talking about now. I was focused on what was in the foreground.
The officer just chanced upon Penguin's men. He wasn't equipped to deal with this cryotech, but the cryo gun was...
Yeah, okay. It's easy to get distracted by the action in the foreground, but the backgrounds... You know what that looks like? That looks like Ruby.
Lead me right to Penguin's men.
It kind of... No, I think Ruby looks better. I think Ruby's still... Ruby looks better. It's still trying to be, like, 3D. So it's not trying to pretend to be 2D too heavily. Like, it's trying to be, like, a 3D anime.
Any idea where these weapons are coming from?
I'll get that answer when I catch
So this is basically a 3D show with an identity crisis.
Yeah, I don't think... I think it probably has more resources and more money than, obviously, something like Ruby or I'm Armored Adventures. It probably even... It definitely has more money than... what they had, what the Stormhawks had, but I think it's purely the stylized choice they've gone for. It's very difficult to pull off, and they have not done enough look development to kind of make it work. So it's just kind of it's got the same problem as like Wish. Have you noticed with Wish?
Yes,
it's
Wish.
very
oh my
flat
God.
looking, and one of the problems is the fact that it doesn't have motion blur and it doesn't have what is it? Focus blur either. So it makes it look like it's it's like a TV show 3D animated cartoon. Because 3D animated cartoons tend to not have focus blur or motion blur, because unless you pull off special tricks, it can be quite intensive for the renderer, unless you're using like vector blurs, which are much cheaper to do.
Right. There's some that's like motion blur and focus are like very basic things you learn in animation, you know. So the fact that they didn't even put these really basic things looks really bad.
But the reason why they didn't put them in is because they were trying to make it look 2D, and obviously when you're doing 2D, you don't really get motion blur and focus blur, and so, like, instead of focus blur, things stretch instead of blurring.
Yeah.
So say if you've got a cartoon character and they're running fast, they'll squash and stretch to do the motion. They won't actually have a blur to them. So they're trying to go for that style, but the problem is it looks 3D while not having those crucial elements to them.
Yeah. Yep.
And they haven't done anything to replace it to make it look better.
Like, so it looks like it's trying to actively lie to you as to what you're looking at. It's pretending to be cartoon while
I think it just looks
denial.
cheap. I don't think it's lying. I think it's just it looks cheap, even if it probably isn't.
Right.
I think if they had a bit more look development, they could probably make it look so much better. But they're probably also looking at it in terms of like they probably could make the animation a bit cheaper by not having to render any shadows.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, he sees me.
Oh my gosh. Tyler Preston says, hang on. Jackson Voorhees needs to calm down because he says Rosie's mom is hot in Armored Adventures.
Who's Rosie's mum?
Rosie's mom.
Oh, Rhodey's. Rhodey's mum.
Oh, Rhodey's.
Oh yeah, he's kind of right there. No, he's cooking. He's fine.
Calm down, man. It's just a rendered drawing.
Settle down, Dick. It's just a render.
Hang on, let me look it up. Iron Man Armored Adventures. Rhodey's mom. Rhodey's mom has got it going on. Let me see. Y'all gotta calm down. That's hilarious. Oh man, y'all are funny. He also says, Tyler Preston says the theme song for Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes just slaps. Holy crap, do you remember Earth's Mightiest Heroes?
I never watched Earth's Mightiest Heroes.
Oh my gosh, I remember the theme song. It was like, hang on.
I was a DC kid. I was never really a Marvel kid. Like as a kid, I watched Toonatic. So when Toonatic it's a bit like what did you have? The Toonami.
There's got to be more to this.
Toonami, yeah, we had Toonami.
You had Toonami, which was
Japanese stuff.
Yeah, it was basically like imported anime, and as well as like Canadian cartoons and stuff like that. So we had the same thing where but it was with American cartoons as well as anime. Like we had Code Lyoko on there.
Oh wow, I've heard of Code Lyoko. I never watched it though.
Yes. So what was I? Yeah. So with Toonatic, it was Batman Beyond. They had Justice League. They had The Batman, and then eventually they had Batman Brave and the Bold. They never really touched Marvel. I think they had the only Marvel thing they touched. I think was Iron Man Armored Adventures, but I'm not entirely sure about that because I think I watched Iron Man Armored Adventures after it had finished airing.
You know where it was?
What?
It was on Netflix on the Wii. That's where I watched all of the Marvel stuff. Netflix on the Wii.
Yeah, back when they were playing nice with Netflix, and they said, okay, we want to get on this. Netflix, how about we just give you our entire catalogue of literally fucking everything? And Netflix was just like, yes, I love that. And they signed a contract to give them all that stuff. And then also do the streaming service originals, like Daredevil.
The world's about to break. Tormented and upset. The lost from when we wake. With no way to go back. I was standing on my own, but now I'm not alone. Avengers, assemble! One night we will fight as one. Till the battle's done, people on the run. We'll forever fight as one. That was freaking awesome. I remember watching the Avengers cartoon. It was... I don't know why, but I remember being like a tiny bit horny, just a little bit. Not Bruce Timm horny, just a little bit. Hang on. Mighty Morphin Power. He says Mighty Morphin Power Rangers still has one of the hardest intro songs. Harry does make a Pepe face after he jumps over the car. Shiny, what do you think of the first Thundercats reboot?
Never seen Thundercats.
Those men were armed.
Don't know anything about it.
How'd you do that?
Yeah, me neither. For some reason, Thundercats has completely evaded my existence. I just know that there was no Cartoon Network reboot. It does not exist. It died in the cradle. It was on the website, and just like silently they pulled the plug, and nobody noticed. Jackson Voorhees says, Eerie, look up Spectacular Spider-Man intro. Oh my gosh. Spectacular Spider-Man. I don't remember that. My brother was into that one. I was into the Ultimate Spider-Man one. And I watched all of the seasons. Heck yeah. I remember as a kid, like, my favorite was the Deadpool episode, because I thought, like, his humor was so weird and so edgy. And of course I was, like, a super I was, like, a very ADHD kid, so of course that kind of humor would appeal to me.
I remember the old Deadpool humor used to be so much more horny than it is today. Like, it's still kind of horny, but it's more, like, disgusting horny rather than it is, like, it's a gross out horny. I think that's the way. Like, Deadpool's trying to be gross out horny rather than it being sexy horny.
Oh. Yeah. I remember,
like, the old Deadpool
I watched,
used to just
like,
be
little...
obsessed with boobs and ass.
Yeah, I remember that. I watched a little bit of the Deadpool video game gameplay, and Cable was like, "Look, there's a big-titted woman over there," and he's like, "Where?" And he just goes up to, like, this woman holding a sign with giant boobs, and she turns into, like, a villain, and it's kind of funny. Oh, and there was, like, also a scene where he's, like, dangling by his large intestine, and he has to, like, climb up it, and he's like, well, it's just another Wednesday. I remember that kind of stuff. Tyler Preston says the woman who's thirsty for Optimus Prime. You know, I see your point. When I was talking about Rhodey's mom, and I'm like, y'all gotta calm down. You know what? I get it. Alright, fine. Tyler Preston says Code Lyoko is a French show that's inspired by anime. Go figure. I did not know that.
So, why so shy all of a sudden, huh? What happened to that spirit of sharing?
I'm cooperating. I'm cooperating.
I know, but...
Yeah, the spirit of sharing your money with me.
I don't think you're telling me the truth.
I told you there are no weapons here. It's just plants, tissue research.
Yeah, you said.
You know what else goes hard?
You believe me. You know what?
If anybody in my chat, if anybody in this chat remembers Boomerang, like the Boomerang channel, I want you to look up the Boomerang bumper song. Because, oh my gosh, it has no right going so hard. They need to calm down. Alright? That music is amazing. It's called the Boomerang theme music generic. The one by Supersonic 111 is the best one in my opinion. I remember I watched that one and I had to rewatch it because it slapped so hard. So, you didn't have the Boomerang channel, Shiny. And what the Boomerang channel was on TV was essentially older cartoons that Cartoon Network still owned, but they were still airing. So, that way nothing was really, out of circulation that they just owned in their back pocket. They were still showing them. So, like, I'll give an example. Like, for instance, the Hanna-Barbera cartoons. Do you know what Hanna-Barbera is?
Yes.
Yeah. So they had all the Hanna-Barbera cartoons, like the Flintstones, the Jetsons, Yogi Bear, and the Snorks, the Smurfs. You know all of them. And also there were a lot of Scooby-Doo ripoffs. For some reason. Like, there were a ton of Scooby-Doo ripoffs, like Jabberjaw. Josie and the Pussycats tried to be one, and then there's the Amazing Chan and the Chan Clan. But anyway, so yeah, a lot of Hanna-Barbera properties, and they also had all of the Tom and Jerry properties, like all the Tom and Jerry cartoons from like really early decades, from like the 40s, dude, like the 40s, 50s, the stuff that they would play in like penny cinemas, like Nickelodeon cinemas. Do you know what a Nickelodeon cinema is?
No.
Oh my gosh. I wrote a whole like thesis about this. Back in the day, before syndicated TV, before people just had TVs in their homes, people would have to go to the movie theaters to watch TV shows, watch the news, watch movies, etc. Now Nickelodeon's essentially the channel got its name from Nickelodeon, so it basically only cost a nickel to watch a show. And they would have something playing, usually like a cartoon for kids, like Tom and Jerry or Looney Tunes or something like that. And that's essentially what a Nickelodeon is. A Nickelodeon cinema is. So, yeah, they had all of the old Nickelodeon cinema shows playing. They had like Popeye the Sailor, even the black and white ones. What else did they have? They had like shows from like very early 90s and early 80s. So like they aired so instead of like the current Pokemon that was playing, they aired the original Pokemon from the 90s. What else did they have? They had Teen Titans. They had a bunch of old properties. It was great. Because my parents knew all of these shows, and because they knew all of these shows, they were very comfortable with me and my siblings watching watching Boomerang, and that was our go-to channel essentially. Because my parents felt safe in that they've seen everything on there, instead of like risking newer shows showing something that they didn't want us to see,
Like kissing.
Like kissing.
Or Homer Simpson holding the Bible upside down by accident because he's a doofus.
You just saved my life.
You have codes and
Yeah,
access
like
to
that
the
too.
Repellent research wing.
I do. Here. Take them. You're going to save Mr. Boyle, right?
Jackson Voorhees says, speaking of going too hard, Erie, look up Buck the Bumblebee game theme song, Instant Brainworm.
Thanks.
You like a brainworm, let me
just
see,
for me.
man.
For Gotham.
Buck the Bumblebee. Buck the Bumblebee. I'm seeing Buck the Bumble. Is it Buck the Bumblebee? Oh, it's Buck Bumble. Okay. Sorry. I've never heard of this before. Okay, this kind of slaps. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. So yeah, early stuff was really good. Media in our time was phenomenal. Meanwhile, like, I've seen my youngest sister watch like Blippi. Do you know what Blippi is?
I've got no idea what that is.
So, interestingly enough, if Blippi is a YouTube channel and it's just for kids, and if you watch it, you just think like this is the most bottom of the barrel brain rot. No, it is not actually. It's just like a guy going around, just like going to like the zoo or like the pool and like teaching ABCs 1, 2, 3s and colors and all that stuff. It's super, super, super basic. Just think of a guy just deciding to just up and make a kid show, right? Now the thing is, turns out Blippi is actually a response to ElsaGate. So the guy who made Blippi saw his nieces watch like really awful ElsaGate content. Do you remember ElsaGate?
Oh, was that the website where they made the really weird games like Elsa Foot Rub? Elsa Brain
It's related to that. It's related to that. There was a time on YouTube where like really weird content was going through the censors and being recommended to children. And it would be like really bizarre things like Peppa Pig getting a shot in the butt and then becoming pregnant and then crying, and it would just be like really bizarre stuff. And then there would be like, say, the Finger Family song of like, and like the fingers are like Adolf Hitler with the Incredible Hulk twerking on Spider-Man and Elsa, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it was really messed up in like 2016 to 2018. And it was really really pervasive too. So the thing is, this guy, he saw his nieces watch this stuff and this garbage, and he's like, I'm gonna make a show just so she can watch my show instead of all this garbage. So basically, he made like really basic kids content where if you and I were to watch it, we'd be like, what is this? This is weird. This is kind of creepy. But no, that's basically what it is. And it's really fighting the bottom of the barrel to like just not be dangerous. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, essentially, I'll see my youngest sister watch that, and I'm like, man, I was lucky, because, like, I had, like, shows like, you know, Blue's Clues, you know, Thomas the Tank Engine, or, you know, all that. Meanwhile, kids are just giving YouTube, and they'll just, like, watch the worst content made ever, you know? And the thing is, these kids, the Elsagate was, like, racking up, like, thousands upon thousands of views and thousands upon thousands of subscribers. And it was simply because, like, kids would just be scrolling and clicking on every autoplay thing ever. So, yeah, but, like, you and I, like, we grew up with, like, really cool, wholesome content, as kids, you know? Curious George. Have you seen Blue's Clues or Dora the Explorer?
No, I didn't grow up. I Dora the Explorer, yeah. I think I had. I never really paid attention to it, though. Like, that was one of the ones that I kind of turned off when it was on.
Yeah, and then there was, like, Thomas the Tank Engine, and then there was, like, what else? Like, Maggie and the Ferocious Beast, you probably never seen that one. Kipper the Dog, the Rubber Dubbers. You know, actually wholesome kids content. That was, you know, even if it was monetized by a network, it wasn't actually weird and risky and dangerous, you know? So, yeah. Media in our time was freaking amazing. We have the best of the best, in my opinion. In my opinion.
I've got the opinion for a while that there's been a weird shift in how kids' content has been viewed, and it's not the first time this has happened. Because, for example, one of the original Thomas the Tank Engine, which is called the Railway series, was made because its creator, Sir Reverend Audrey, was really sick of the way that kids media treated kids, essentially. Talked down to them, it was really dumb, it was basically just trying to be dumb entertainment. And he was really against that because I think, if I remember correctly, his personal philosophy was about how kids are... The reason why kids don't complain if they put something bad on is because they don't really have anything to compare to. Like, this is the... this is the... some of the most influential years of their lives, and you're introducing them to what's basically just slop.
Right.
And so he created the Railway series, and despite that it's kind of a cartoony book series about trains that talk with faces, that it's actually a real railway, grounded in real stories about real trains.
Give me Boyle or I'll...
I'm sorry?
So the trains were taken from real train names, and there were stories that those trains actually happened to them, trains that actually derailed on certain instances, and he gave them a life and personality and a voice.
Oh, wow.
So some of his stories are about trains that crashed into the back of railway stations or crashed into someone's kitchen, and then they made that real stories. He wrote about them, and he made it about Thomas crashing into someone's kitchen. But more than that, he also gave the stories depth. So it would be the Thomas was like the cheeky one who would always take it a little bit too far and he had to learn his lesson. Gordon was the pompous one, and he had to like learn humility. Central.
Remember the song? It was like, Thomas, he's so sweet, hey, he's playing good. Gordon gets the mail on time. No. Gordon thunders down the line. Emily really knows her stuff. Henry toots and huffs and puffs. Does that
I think
sound
that's been
correct?
after my time.
And then there was the square one. So that's interesting. So he
I never
emerged
actually
from an
grew up
age
with
of,
Emily. Like, you can very clearly find that at the time that I watched Thomas the Tank Engine, because Emily was not one of the main ones, nor did I think she existed.
Oh wow, okay.
Like, I remember Rusty, I remember Thomas, I remember Jordan, I remember James and Henry. I don't remember Emily at all.
Did you grow up with the one with the theme song?
That ice is the only thing
Or just the instrumental theme song?
Yeah. Look, you ought to save our friend Mr. Boyle.
I remember Thomas and his friend, I remember that theme. But I also
Yeah,
remember
I had that one too. Yep.
Like the very first ones that I remember watching were the ones without like any lyrics to the song.
If I want to break through this barrier of ice, I better get to the My Alibi.
I remember I actually didn't like that older one.
You didn't like it? I loved it. Like all the aesthetic like landscape shots they have.
It was a little too plain to me as a kid. Now, mind you, I was a very ADHD kid, so it took a bit to get my attention, you know? I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not knocking on what you liked. I'm kind of jealous that you liked it, to be quite honest. But it was just not my thing.
I remember
okay,
that
so
I loved Thomas the Tank Engine, what's it, and the Magic Railroad. I actually.
Oh, was that the movie that we saw?
That was we saw.
We saw one that was like a collaboration with like another train show.
Oh, did we watch the Magic Railroad?
It was a movie.
Yeah, it was a movie. I don't remember us watching it though.
We did. It was a collaboration with like another train show.
Yeah.
That
it
was
an American. So
it
there's
was
the
an American train show.
There was the okay. Bit of history here. So in America, the way that Thomas the Tank Engine was introduced to kids was through a show called Shining Time, which was a show
Shining
about
Time, yeah.
a railway station in America. And they had a tiny guy called Mr. Conductor, yada yada yada, and I'm sure, yeah, and it aired. I think it was in the sometime in the 80s, and it actually got cancelled because they used it to basically bring over Thomas the Tank Engine to the States. But then they realised that the only reason why anyone was watching Shining Time was for the Thomas the Tank Engine bits in the episode.
Oh.
Because I think if I remember correctly, Thomas the Tank Engine episodes are only like 10 to 15 minutes long. They're not like 40 minutes or anything like that. So they would have 30 minutes of Shining Time and they'd have 15 minutes of Thomas the Tank Engine. And then they would try and interweave the Shining Time story with the Thomas the Tank Engine story where they mix the themes together. But yeah, it got cancelled. So Shining Time was was invented to give Thomas the Tank Engine to kids. But then since kids liked it more than Shining Time, they just said, fuck it, we're not doing this anymore. And somehow, Shining Time, I originally thought it was a corporate mandate to appeal to America. Turns out it wasn't. It was actually something that the showrunner of the Thomas the Tank Engine, Britt Allcroft, desperately wanted to do. She desperately wanted to mix Thomas the Tank Engine with Shining Time for some reason. So they went for the effort doing a crossover, even though the show had finished and they just started streaming Thomas regularly.
Oh, okay. They were like, no, we have to do this movie. We have to do this crossover. That's interesting.
And what's weird is that Thomas and the Magic Railroad was originally supposed to be a split plot between Shining Time and Thomas Tank Engine. And the main big villain was actually a biker called P.T. Boomer. And what's weird is that for a film called Thomas the Tank Engine and the Magic Railroad, it was majoritively had nothing to do with Thomas.
Just let me think.
Yeah.
Think about that.
That's
Why,
right.
What a weird choice.
I guess the Thomas the Tank Engine name gave it some semblance of notoriety.
But it was originally started as the Thomas the Tank Engine project.
I'm getting you out of
I think it was by Mattel. So why would they make most of the story in Shining Time?
What are you gonna do now?
They eventually cut it in the end because they realised, yeah, it's really dumb to have a Thomas the Tank Engine film about have nothing to do with Thomas. So they actually cleverly edited it to recontextualize everything from about P.T. Boomer into being about Diesel 10, which is actually very cleverly done. But at the same time, I think the movies are a weird phenomenon. Because usually when you hear, like, you see bad films, it's usually due to production issues. And the only major production issue you can really look at with The Magic Railroad is the fact that it had a horrible audience reception when it did test screenings. So they actually, all the changes came in the test screenings, and they actually made the film way better because they removed P.T. Boomer and all the horrible things about that film. But one of the really annoying things, actually, was that originally... Fuck, who's the guy that voiced Thomas Tank Engine in the UK? I'm really... Annoys me now, because I can't remember his name. He's like the really
animated
iconic...
one?
Michael... something. Michael... Angelus. I think Michael Angelus. Michael Angelus. He was originally supposed to voice James, but the test audience reacted badly to it, so they removed him. It's like, what the fuck? Michael Angelus, legendary narrator of Thomas Tank Engine, and you fucking got rid of him, you bastards.
You're really invested in Thomas the Tank Engine lore.
Because I loved it as a kid, and I think I don't care about Thomas Tank Engine because it's like something that I enjoy. What I really like to look at is I love looking at children's media critically, because I don't think it gets anywhere close to enough respect as it deserves.
Yeah, I completely agree.
The original, as I said, the original founding idea of Thomas Tank Engine was to give kids something that was a bit more grounded and had a bit more meaning to it than just slop. And the really sad part of Thomas Tank Engine is that it started out as a really meaningful and good children's show, and today it's basically just kiddie slop. And that's the really sad part of what happened to Reverend Aldry's work. And I think kids media deserves... Because it's kind of looked at as this... There's not much money in kids media.
No.
And, of course, no one aspires to make children's media anymore. People who end up writing children's media get it because it's the last job they could get. Like, they don't do it because they want to do it. They do it because they're left to do it. So they just kind of half-ass it. And that is incredibly sad to me that no one aspires to do that anymore.
Yeah. It's kind of like, it kind of reminds me of, like, Daniel Savage and, like, Cool Cat Saves the Kids. He only does Cool Cat Saves the Kids simply because he really wanted a career in real movie making, but he thought like making a kids thing was like only a stepping stone in that direction, and that's why it was like really bad.
In a way, that's kind of what happened to comics, because comics were viewed as more as a stepping stone to get your character into film than it was to be actually making good comics, which is quite the sad part, which is why you get so many weird original characters. How many fucking Robins there have been now?
Yeah. So, like, the weird thing is, as a kid, there were shows that were a little too slow for my taste. But, like, there were slower shows that I did like. So, for instance, Kipper the Dog is, like, a very, very slow show. Oswald is also a pretty slow show. but I remember growing up, I felt Thomas the Tank Engine was just too slow. And I noticed that they talked weird as a kid too. I'm not sure if that's an American thing, but for instance, they don't talk like normal people. They always talk like this without any contractions at all.
But they don't
and
talk.
Always
It's narrated.
Oh, there was also a version where they were animated, and that's why they talked. Very good, Thomas. You
You're talking
are
about
a
the 3D
very
animated
good
Thomas.
engine. Yeah, that's the one that I also had.
No, I didn't actually have that. I had no idea about that until much later, because I only ever experienced the models with that had narration.
Another weird thing is, for instance, YouTube channels that take advantage of the kids' media market to make a lot of money. So one example I could think of is like LankyBox. And LankyBox just takes things that are borderline for kids and like makes kids slop, essentially. And all they do is just like flash bright colors and constantly moving and constantly yelling, just get kids' attention, and that's it. You know? And that's kind of sad to me, you know? And like there are other channels like trying to combat it, like Miss Rachel or Blippi, you know? Because like on their face, like they look like very, very cheap. But it's kind of in the spirit of like the creator of Thomas the Tank Engine, of like they don't want kids watching slop. So they make something that's actually genuine, you know? Even if it's not like the best quality, it's the best that they're trying to do. What else? But yeah, I was like a super hyperactive kid. Also like growing up, for instance, we had videotapes as well. So my parents would like put on, say, like Sesame Street or like Barney as a kid. I watched a lot of Barney when I was like 3 to 5 years old. Did you have Barney the dinosaur?
A little bit. I wasn't that into it.
Really? Because like according to my parents, like I was really into Barney the dinosaur. But then looking back at Barney the dinosaur, it was like way too positive, just like way too, like there's no conflict in Barney the dinosaur. You know what I mean? So it was just like, it was condescending. It was condescending. But at the same time, it was like super flashy. It was all about singing and dancing and all that stuff. It really was, in a way, just kiddie slop, you know? I mean, the logic behind Sesame Street, however, is that the creator of Sesame Street saw that kids were repeating like the jingles of beer commercials, and she's like, what if I made a show that was a bunch of jingles like a commercial, but instead of advertising, it was for like letters and numbers, right? So that's why with Sesame Street there was like the main story with the puppets, and in between was always like commercial like shorts that were that was educational. You know what I mean? Did you grow up with Sesame Street by any chance?
No.
You didn't grow up with Sesame Street?
Nope.
That's fascinating. Man, Sesame Street was like a huge part of my childhood. I actually liked it a lot better. It's super legacy from like the 70s. Like even my parents like have memories of growing up with Sesame Street. Oh yeah. So I mean, I don't know. What would cause a kid to, like, enjoy slower, more genuine pieces of media versus slop?
Being
you know?
autistic?
Maybe. Maybe. I'll give another example. There's another show that's really popular right now. And it's such good kids media that even adults enjoy it. It's called Bluey. Have you ever heard of Bluey?
Yes, I've heard of Bluey.
Yeah. It's like an Australian cartoon about about like a family of dogs. And the stories themselves are actually really genuine, and they're very well written, like scarily well written, you know? And my sister really enjoys it, so it's like, oh, I'm glad this is what she likes.
Of the components you'll need to rebuild the cryogenic drill.
Thanks, Alfred. I'm on it.
Hold on, we have some chat. Let's see. There's a channel called Longest Solo Ever, and all he does is make original songs based on different shows and games like Digital Circus. A lot of bangers in his catalog. Interesting. I know, like, shows that, like, I know channels that, like, try to use Digital Circus tend to be kid sloth channels, but hey, if it works, it works. He also says it's because of that childhood slop that people argue kids' content doesn't have to or shouldn't be good. People are saying that about the Mario movie if you even slightly criticize it. Yeah, there's room for criticism. But, you know, I enjoyed it personally.
I think it's really a part of the reason why it's slop gets some is just because it tends to be cheaper, as well as the fact that a lot of it tends to be a little bit more childish, and we associate young people with being a bit more dumb, I suppose. Because you see this all the time where people say, oh, like, I remember the whole Star Wars is a movie about space wizards intended for children, and the idea was don't take it so seriously. Like, you know, that you're criticizing it, you're saying it's terrible. But I think it's really condescending towards children's media to kind of say, you know, just because it's children's media, don't think about this. It doesn't matter critically. There's no value in it that you can measure by any capacity.
Oh. Everything's frozen.
Oh, you okay?
Oh, yep, sorry. Everything was frozen for a hot second. So yeah, you were saying just because it's kids media, don't think about it too hard?
Yes, so
that's where you drop off.
There is an attitude of, there was this quote from Patrick Willems, said it's a movie about space wizards intended for children, talking about The Last Jedi specifically, and how people were complaining about it. And it was supposed to be condescending towards people, saying that, you know, don't you realize you're complaining about a kid's story? Why are you taking it so seriously? But I think to say that because it's children's media, don't think about it, even though I don't think that applies to Star Wars, is just really condescending towards children's media and the amount of effort people used to put into children's media. To think that it's just, there's no thought, rhyme or reason, everything's just illogical and stupid. That is the complete opposite way to think about children's media, but people just have that association with things now.
Yeah. Kind of sad. Kind of interesting how media kind of evolved like that.
I think it kind of comes in waves, doesn't it? Where you get something like, I don't know, Paw Patrol that's kind of dumb and stupid, and then you get a wave of people who are like, no, okay, I want to make something fucking good for my kids, so they make something better.
Like Bluey, yeah.
As I said, the Railway series was made as a response to a lot of the slop that was being made today for children. The time for children. And I think we'll just keep seeing the cycle of someone makes a children's cartoon that actually gives a shit, and then we'll just get more slop afterwards.
Yeah. It's fascinating how that works, isn't it? Jackson Vohe says, I miss the Mr. Rogers Neighborhood. You know, Mr. Rogers Neighborhood was actually before my time. And the thing is, it was another one of those shows that were just too slow for my taste as a kid. And I'm, like I said, I wonder like what makes a kid tolerate like slower, more genuine media versus like fast-paced slop.
Oh, what about Shaun the Sheep?
Shaun the Sheep
He's Shaun
is
the
a
Sheep.
very fun case because it's super entertaining to me. You know, even then, like I was a little older when I watched Shaun the Sheep, believe it or not. But like when I actually watched it, I was actually invested. It didn't feel slow at all. It was silent, but silent didn't mean slow, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It was still very engaging. I also liked the Pink Panther series as a kid, and, you know,
Oh, Pink Panther.
that's also silent media. Yeah, it's also silent. But like if the tone is just too I guess growing up if the tone was too gentle, it couldn't register to me.
It says here that
You know?
Paris had Mr. Freeze's lab shut down.
If he's a disgruntled employee out for revenge.
So like Mr. Rogers didn't really register, Thomas the Tank Engine didn't really register.
I'm on my way back to Gothcorp now.
Those kinds of shows. But Shaun the Sheep was freaking fun, dude. I loved Shaun the Sheep at a time. And I guess it really is super important because like that is a very formative time for the brain to develop, you know?
Yeah. But I think the main reason why kids media is kind of looked down upon and cheap is because for one they obviously don't know anything to compare it to, and their prefrontal cortex hasn't quite come in yet. They just kind of accept anything that gets put in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it kind of captivates
or
their
like
attention.
anything that'll like keep their kids quiet.
And
yeah.
the reason why it's cheap as well, so like no one really says, I really want to write for a kids cartoon, or they want to animate for one, etc., is because with no money in it. And the reason why there's no money in it because it's somewhat of a niche. There's so much more money in sort of like teenage, like in that let's say ages 9 to 60. How do you market something for toddlers and babies? Because they're kind of in that. It's a more niche age, and it's harder to like market stuff to them, like as you do with something like Batman, or as you do with I don't know, Biker Meister Mars, or whatever else you're trying to sell to kids, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or whatever.
Yeah, it's not really as fun to make a story that's like safe for kids.
I'm not talking about fun. I'm talking about money, because it's there's less money in it for a variety of reasons. Like if we talk about teenagers and like 9 to like 16-year-olds, so much more you can do. With
absolutely
toddlers, not really. Marketing doesn't really work on them as much. And there's just a smaller group to try and get into, and it's a much smaller age range as well. There's more money in the advertisements for older kids.
Yeah. I also grew up with Teletubbies. Did you grow up with Teletubbies?
Yeah, I did.
Whoop! Sorry, my laptop fell on.
Yeah, I grew up with Teletubbies. I don't remember enjoying it that much though.
Hang on. Output device.
You're about to lose your age.
Hang on 1 second. I got unplugged. Alright, yep, I can hear.
You back?
Yeah, sorry. My laptop fell.
Forgot what I was saying.
So you were saying?
Forgot what I was saying.
Tyler Preston says you Brits had stuff with Captain Scarlet.
Sorry,
a kids puppet show with lots of murder. What was it?
I remember that what I was saying was that I was never really into Teletubbies At the time, I remember being much more into Fireman Sam and Pingu.
And Pingu, yeah.
Like,
Pingu had an attitude, though.
The things that I remember being really into as a child was Pingu, Fireman Sam, Postman Pat, and Thomas Tank Engine. All the British animated stuff. Well, actually, Pingu was originally was it Swedish or something? It was some other European country, and we just nicked him. We nicked the character from them.
Yeah.
Fuck you, that's why.
Like when I was like really small, it was mostly just shows that are just like, hey, look at the bright flashing lights and the colors and the songs, and that's it, you know? Really, it seems like you like shows with a story.
Yeah. Maybe this is a good example of why children's media is a bit more important, because I actually, maybe it's because I had things to compare it to. Because I was shown things like Fireman Sam and Thomas the Tank Engine, when something like Barney the Dinosaur came on, I was just kind of like, no, why are you showing me this? Meanwhile, you were just kind of more into that stuff.
I don't think I was more into that stuff as much as like it kept me quiet. Like my parents had those on tape because it kept me quiet, you know? Yeah. And it was kind of all that was really available. And also, as like really young, really young, there was Baby Einstein. And you probably never experienced the phenomena of Baby Einstein. So there was a pervasive idea going around that exposing your kids to classical music makes them smarter. And you probably heard that referenced in like The Incredibles, where like the babysitter's like, oh, it's okay, Miss Parr. I have Mozart playing 24/7 because studies have shown that classical music makes babies smarter. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember. Also, this
there are power conduits running through the greenhouses. I should be able to disable them with a
that idea of that listening to classical music makes kids smarter.
Made a video called Baby Einstein, and what Baby Einstein essentially was, it was just like kinetic toys playing to like kids' versions of Mozart songs or Beethoven songs or you know that kind of music, you know. So it was like apparently like really widespread because parents really thought like this gives your kid a higher IQ. And then later and later down the line, it was actually proven that classical music doesn't actually make your kids smarter. They will recognize the music, but it doesn't make them smarter. Yeah. What else? Oh, Jackson Voorhees asked, Shiny, I know you like your little train games. Have you ever played Choo Choo Charlie? It's a horror game that's popular for a while this year. Choo Choo Charles.
I've never heard of it.
I need to disable those two power conduits to stop that reactor leak. Then I need to ventilate the room of cryo vapor.
Jackson Voorhees also says Jim Henson was the GOAT for Good Kids Media. Yeah, he was. So Tyler Preston says the current animation for teenagers is Has-Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss. Oh boy. Yeah, because it's a little bit too juvenile for adults. But the weird thing is it's too adult for a younger audience. And that disturbs me, you know?
Please evacuate.
Alex Halo says, I'm surprised you're still streaming. Yes, we are. Jackson Voorhees says, I was a fan of an old children's puppet show called Candle Cove. It was about a kid on a pirate ship going on adventures. That sounds adorable. Alex Halo says, not that show, Eerie. What show? Was it Baby Einstein? Yeah. So, what else? So, basically, for, like, little kids media, we had PBS Kids. And then there was, like, something called Sprout, which was, like, for, like, kindergartners and, like,
I need to
between
disable those
ages
2
1 through
power
9,
conduits to stop that
essentially.
reactor leak. Then I need to ventilate the room of cryo.
Oh, have you ever heard of the show Caillou, Shiny?
No.
You've never heard of the show Caillou?
No.
Oh my gosh. Caillou has been rated as the most hated children's show characters of all time. Caillou is a little 4-year-old child in like this cartoon, but the thing is, he's a massive brat, and his parents never punish him. And a lot of parents were like complaining to the network that Caillou was actually a really, really bad influence because he'd just throw tantrums and nothing bad would happen to him, you know? Like, he would just do a lot of terrible shit with no consequences. So I'll give an example. Like, he had a baby sister named Rosie, and in the book, he bites his sister because he's jealous of the attention she's getting, and he doesn't get punished. In the cartoon, he pinches his sister and makes her cry, and he still doesn't get any consequences. Crazy shit. But, yeah, he is the most hated cartoon character. He's the most hated children's show character of all time. Yeah. And, oh yeah, I remember, he called Caillou, this little 4-year-old, and he called somebody stupid. And as a kid, I heard that, and I also started saying the word stupid, and my parents were like, no, this is a bad show. Nope! Yeah. Let's see. So, yeah, it was a horrible show. Oh, and there's also a series on YouTube called, like, Caillou Grows Up as an Adult or something like that. And it's basically, like, Caillou growing up as, like, an entitled adult and still acting like a child because his parents never, disciplined him as a kid. It was so bad. Fucking Caillou.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. It's just a really bad kid. Like,
honestly,
imagine Horrible Henry with no consequences.
Horrible Henry! Oh, that's a good one. Wait, did you have Horrible Henry? Because I thought it was like a very British one.
No, I didn't, actually. I only, like, ran into it on my feed and I watched a bit of it and that's it. On my YouTube feed. Like, oh, Horrible Henry. But, you know, like, he's a bad kid and bad things happen as a result. Imagine that, but nothing bad happens. He's just a naughty kid. He's just a little shit. That's Caillou. It was every parent's nightmare. Tyler Preston, is he more of a brat than Eric Cartman? Yes, he was. He deserves death. Caillou deserves death. That little shit. Jegs and Vo, he says, even He-Man tried to teach kids good lessons. Yeah, it was kind of forced and kind of cringe, but, you know, it had good intentions, you know? What are you doing?
Ultimate stealth! Uh-oh. Take down. Oof. In the jaw.
In the nuts.
Yeah, I've got 3 people to take down. One of them's in the middle of the room by himself. But he's facing me, which makes it a little bit difficult. I have to go around him. Batman.
So what other kids shows did you grow up with?
Weirdly, so as far as I remember, as like a young kid, only ones I remember: Pingu, Fireman Sam, and Postman Pat. What are the other legend? Older, I was much more into the Batman, as well as Batman Beyond and just League Animated Cartoon. And I got really into the Clone Wars when I was 9 years old. Like, of course, I was just fucking obsessed.
Yeah, Josh was also sorry. Oh my gosh. My brother, he was super into the Clone Wars. Growing up, I sort of tried to get into it, but I didn't.
I didn't know you brother liked the Clone Wars. I probably should mention it then. It's like, oh yeah, I used to grow up with this thing.
Oh yeah, it was in my peripheral, but like he would watch something and I would watch after him. That was how we did it. Like for instance, he would watch all of Spider-Man. He'd be like, "Oh my gosh, Ultimate Spider-Man's actually really good." And then I'd watch it, and while I was watching it, he would move on to something else like Generator Rex or like Star Wars, and then he'd come back to me and he's like, "Oh, this is actually pretty good." And then I would watch it, and then while I'm watching that show that he told me was really good, he would watch something else and he'd be like, "Oh, this is actually not the best, not a very good show." And then, you know, he basically like went through and would tell me like what was good versus what wasn't.
I'm in shock, all right.
So, yeah. That's how we did it. So like I was probably frozen again.
I think when I was getting to teenager as well, I just started to watch a lot less like kids media, and of course, ever since I was young, I was always watching what my parents would put on. So I started to get into Star Trek because my parents were into it. I started to get into Star Wars because my parents was into it. I started to watch The Mighty Boosh because my parents watched it. Same with things like Hyperdrive and all that. Like I watched them because that's what my parents would put on, and that's what they liked. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I don't know, Jeff. I'm seeing some motherfuckers who are about to get their ass kicked.
That's interesting, because I felt kind of surrounded by kids media, like little kids media, specifically because I have 4 younger siblings, and they were all like in the 1 to 9 stage at some point at some point at all times, essentially. Even nowadays, I have a 8-year-old sister. So growing up, it was all just kids media that we were allowed to watch, and that's it. From being a little kid to being a teenager, I was only allowed to watch shows that were animated. I wasn't allowed to watch anything with real people in them.
I'll need to evacuate this lab of cryo.
So like especially like things like iCarly, Victorious, just anything with real people. My parents basically told me like that's too old for you, like that's kind of newer and we can't really scrub through it to, you know, take accountability for what you're watching, so just don't watch it, you know?
Yeah.
And I remember in iCarly, like, we were on some kind of vacation, and, like, iCarly was, like, the only thing on. And there was a scene with, like, a really long and annoyingly uncomfortable kissing scene in iCarly. And my parents were like, "What is this? Turn this off." And we were like, "Okay."
My parents weren't really sensitive about what I watched. As long as I was watching it with them, they didn't really care.
Interesting.
My mum, I remember, was more concerned about video games than she was concerned about what I was watching. Like, she never wanted me to play Grand Theft Auto 5, but I still did.
Oh yeah, you told me how you got around that.
And I remember as a teenager, like 9 to like 16, so where I really started getting into Star Trek. So where I started.
This is some kind of crystallized chemical residue.
What else?
Back into the lab.
Stargate. Like everything I'm kind of into now has kind of was mainly due to what I was watching when I was like in my like 9 to 16-year-old age range.
That's kind of interesting, because like what you grew up with was what your parents liked. Meanwhile, the things that I was allowed to see was only constrained to what my siblings were allowed to see. So if they walked in on whatever I was watching, it wouldn't be weird or it wouldn't be too mature for them. You know what I mean?
Here. I should scan for more evidence.
Because, like, I think my parents, like, monitored, like, what we were watching, like, a ton.
One of them ran out
you know?
of the lab. That would be the dead security guard I found.
But sometimes, like, it was just too immature for even my age, you know? So, yeah. What else? What else? What else?
These palm prints are a match for
Jackson
Victor
Bohe
Freeze.
says, I really like Sweet Life of Zack and
must have
Cody.
watched the security
Here's the
guard
thing.
die.
My brother, you know how he gets me into all these shows? He puts me on to Peak all the time. He also, behind my parents' back, watched those kinds of shows. Like, he watched, like, iCarly, Sweet Life of Zack and Cody,
Freeze scavenged
Victorious.
what he needed from various
I don't think it was
prototypes to
Victorious.
build himself
He,
a
like,
super
watched all
cool
of those
survival
shows
suit.
with actual live people that we were not allowed to watch. I was just the good kid who just was too chicken to break the rules.
Extreme pressure built up inside the tank when ice sealed these outtakes.
Tyler Preston says Victorious sucked and
that the
iCarly
star
was
was
just an
frozen
excuse for
by the
Dan
cryo
Schneider to
vapors from the resulting
creep on the
explosion.
children. Yeah. Dan, get in the van, Schneider. Alex Halo says my mother didn't care I was playing
The
GTA
evidence
3 and
suggests
4.
the guard was frozen
That's
before the
crazy,
tank
dog.
ruptured, perhaps by Freeze's cryo cannon. These DNA traces are a match
My
for
parents,
Victor
however,
Freeze.
put me onto
Spatter
Nintendo,
analysis
interestingly
suggests
enough.
a blunt impact.
Because
Someone
my
assaulted
father
Freeze with a
bought my
weapon.
mom a Game Boy at one
When the
point,
cannon was knocked
and
over
I got a
and
hold
fired,
of it, and I was like
when the
playing
tank exploded,
like the
it
original
released a
Super
plume of
Mario games.
cryochemicals. The plume
And
engulfed Freeze and the guard.
from there, they were like,
The
"Yeah,
shockwave knocked
like
the
Nintendo was
assailant
really cool."
clear.
So all we ever did was
Wanting
Nintendo
to find that
properties
weapon,
because
may have
Nintendo
evidence
was
I
like
can use to
really
identify the
advertised as
assailant.
like family friendly, you know. So that's why my experience was mostly Nintendo, and not like, you know, Half-Life or Fallout.
It was only later that I started to get into Half-Life, because obviously when it came out I would have been far too young to play it. So the way I kind of got into video games, I remember I had a laptop. So my very first experience with video game was when I was 5 years old and I got an Xbox, and I remember playing Lego Star Wars, Battlefront 2, all kinds of stuff on that. All of the classic games that people remember. I remember randomly Charlie in the Chocolate Factory game. I had that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then later I had a computer that my dad got from the school that he worked at. It was one of the old computers they didn't need anymore, so they sold it in a sale. And I remember playing Zoo Tycoon, Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I remember Cliff, like some game involving Clifford the Blue Big Dog, and I remember Scooby-Doo games.
Boyle hired Victor to help
Like, I remember one where they went to the bottom of the ocean, it was on ships or something like that.
Boyle agreed to devote GothCorp resources to finding a cure.
Was it
And
like
then-
a ghost ship or something like that?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember it very
More
well.
interested in how Victor had managed
Or
to
like a
put Boyle into
Cthulhu type of thing?
cryostasis.
Don't think it was Cthulhu. I think it was.
Victor realized that Boyle had no intention of following.
I think diving was like deep ocean was
to do the
involved.
Huntington's research himself.
Some kind of ship. That's what I
Boyle didn't
remember.
like that. The cryochemical cocktail altered Victor's metabolism, as well as the guards.
I was
Boyle
more
escaped
acquainted of
after
like the older
the lab
1970s Scooby-Doo.
Victor
And what's really
survived,
interesting is
but he knew that leaving the super
I
cooled
showed
lab
my
would kill him.
youngest sister the 1970s
So he built himself a
Scooby-Doo
suit and utilized an organic super cool
because
to
she'd
keep
sleep
his
over
core
my
temperature
room every
sub-zero.
now and again, and that's what she likes to do.
All this violence.
Because it's like, sister sleepover,
trying
and it's
to
like a
save
fun
his
thing she
dying
likes
wife.
to do. And then I just let her eat candy and watched cartoons and stuff. It's really fun. And I put on like the 1970s Scooby-Doo because it's free on YouTube, and she actually pays attention and tries to solve it. Like, she'll tell me like, "Oh, I think this guy did it," and I'm like, "Oh, really? Why do you think so?" She's like, "Oh, 'cause," and she'll give me a good reason why, and it's like, "Oh, wow, she's really smart and engaged with the story." That's incredible.
The evidence I've gathered on Boyle's crimes. I'm sorry, Master Bruce. I know you had
And
high
then
hopes for what Ferris
with
could do
gaming,
for
I remember that I had a laptop in 2012 because when I was starting high school I was supposed to do work on it, but I actually just mostly used it for gaming and early YouTube. Like,
Yep.
and I remember the games I always used to play. Like, I have thousands of hours in Minecraft and Gmod. Which is funny when you think about it. My first introduction to anything Half-Life was due to
It's Gmod.
Gmod. Like I had no idea
Yeah.
all these assets were from that. But then I probably you probably go through the same thing, where like things you know the assets from things like Skibidi Toilet.
Oh yeah, Skibidi Toilet.
But I do remember.
But then
how,
again,
like,
there were
how-
early like SFM like shitposts, weren't there?
yeah, there were. There was a lot of SFM shitposts. Like Source Filmmaker is just so cheap and like it's just free and easy to use.
Like everyone looks at Skibidi Toilet and is like acts surprised about it when there was like so much weirder shit earlier on.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of weird shit. But anyway, so I actually first got onto Steam because I wanted to play Team Fortress 2. I think I saw a YouTuber play it and I thought that looks really cool and I want to play it. And then we're doing a live event and I said, Dad, can I get Steam and on my laptop? And he flat out said no. And I was really surprised. Like, why can't I get Steam? It's full of viruses and stuff.
Viruses,
like, oh.
okay.
And looking back at that now, I don't really know what the fuck he was talking about.
Maybe because he wanted to give you just a reason, even if it wasn't a very good reason.
But then I just downloaded Steam and got Team Fortress 2 because I think it was free anyway. If not, it was cheap.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like a kid going to a parent being like, why can't I have cookies now? Because they're spicy. You don't like spicy. It's not a real reason, it's a reason.
Yeah, and then from when I started playing Team Fortress 2, then I got into other Steam games. And I eventually accumulated 600 and something games on my Steam, as well as thousands of hours in games. Oh wait, am I still supposed to be...
Gamer.
I'm a gamer.
Jacksonville, he says, were you always a good kid, Erie, or did you eventually learn to break the rules and watch what you wanted? It started with anime. That's where it started. I told that story last time we were streaming, and I told y'all about like Pokemon. How when I was 12, I was like really into Pokemon. But then my mom ran into something where like it was some Catholic show that was like, oh, Pokemon has like spiritual problems in it, and there's like some kind of evil in it or something like that. And she showed me, and she's like, I don't want you watching Pokemon
She saw
anymore.
Hillary Clinton go, Pokemon, go to the polls.
This was like around when I was like 12 years old, maybe 10 years old. And from then on, I was like, fuck, I'm not allowed to watch Pokemon. And, you know, I have to be the good kid, so I can't openly watch Pokemon anymore. So, of course, I go on the little interwebs, and I, look up, hey, what's some, you got any anime for me? And, of course, and there we go, down the rabbit hole I go with all the anime that I could have ever imagined and dreamed of. And that created the weeb I am today. Funny how that works.
You're the Batman.
So, yeah, I was a good... The thing is, like, strict parents don't lead to good kids, they lead to sneaky kids. You know what I mean? They lead to sneaky kids. They'll be good into your face, but at the same time, you don't know what they're doing. They've just gotten good at hiding it, so they're not particularly honest.
There are no good kids, only kids that don't get caught.
I think that comes with like authoritative parenting. No, authoritarian parenting. Authoritarian, think of like vegetarian. It's like they only eat vegetables. Like when you don't really pay attention to your kid until they're doing something misbehaving. You're not really correcting misbehavior as much as not giving them attention when they're actually doing good. You know? They just learn not to misbehave around you. That's it. But yeah, my brother was more of a rebel than I was. I only inherited the rebellion. My brother was born in it, shaped by it.
When I get out of here, I'm gonna have Candy pour me a nice hot bath.
Let's see.
I'm trying, boss.
Let's see. Jackson Bohe says eerie meeting an anime dealer in a dark alleyway. You didn't let me have my innocent Pokemon. Now I will have the stronger stuff.
That's kind of the funny thing about whenever you make something illegal, that you kind of just remove any kind of regulation on it. Instead of gaining control, you lose control, and that's like when you think about prohibition. Prohibition is like, hey, no alcohol. Well, no, then there's no rules in alcohol then, because like you can't. Like women started drinking openly, like people intermingled with like black people, which was like a big taboo before prohibition, because there was no way you could regulate it socially. Everyone was breaking the law just by drinking, so while there's no you're breaking the exact same law if you give alcohol to a child. You know,
right, exactly. If it was just like blanket state illegal, that doesn't make it so that way people don't do it anymore, right? It's kind of the same way with like England and guns. Yeah, you need a license to have a gun, but you know who else has gun? People who illegally get guns so they can use them for bad purposes.
You're good right where you are.
It's that kind of logic.
I'll freeze to death.
Not my problem.
Oh, so you come back to glow.
Let's see.
I'll hang you with that bloody cape. You hear me?
Alex Halo says, everyone seems to have strict parents. Meanwhile, my parents let me do pretty much anything I wanted to, also putting a lot of responsibility on me while she was at work, Eerie. That sucks, bro. I'm sorry. There's kind of two sides of this, of parenting. There's, like, the neglectful side, and then there's, like, the strict side. You know what I mean?
I think my
you
parents...
gotta have
like,
a happy middle.
They tried to control me and what I did so much, but I was just so stubborn that I think they eventually just kind of gave up. Everything they did to try and control me just made the situation worse. So I think they're like, look, I don't want to have to deal with this shit. Fine. You get your Grand Theft Auto.
My gosh.
In my fate and freeze.
Peter, Victor. Clean.
So yeah.
You have to let him go.
I'm taking my wife. You can't stop me.
Alex Halo says, Eerie, I had to watch an entire neighborhood by myself, and make sure the other kids didn't die. Brother, you were the Batman of that neighborhood, bro. Making sure the neighborhood's kids stay safe.
Nothing matters. Do you understand?
Jackson Bohe says, and now look at you, Eerie. We're marrying a wealthy heathen and everything. You've come so far.
You've endangered lives all over this city.
Thanks, Jackson. Appreciate it.
No. What she wants is to live a long life in the warmth of the sun. Her hand in mine. But because of him.
I feel like the Mr. Freeze thing is kind of an allegory for dementia, maybe?
Dementia?
Maybe? Dementia. Because think about it, she's not dead. She's out of his grasp, and he wants nothing more than to bring her back, you know?
I'm not sure that's dementia.
Dementia is just like active withering while you're alive. Kind of sad.
I know, but that's not Mr. Freeze.
No? Jackson Bohe says Shiny cannot be controlled, only contained.
I'm unnegotiable.
Unnegotiable.
Fuck, this vent doesn't go anywhere, that's bollocks. Okay, there's one guy left and Mr. Freeze. Better take a deep
So, like,
breath
another thing is,
and hold it!
Oh. Is it frozen
No, it's fine.
on your end?
It's fine on my end.
Oh, it's
Why would the game that
frozen
I'm
on my
playing...
end.
No, oh, I suppose it can actually, yeah, because of the... Yeah, never mind. Don't know what I'm saying.
It's still frozen on my end.
If this is how you want it to be, so be it.
How do I get
But
up
I can
there?
still hear you. There's that.
At the very least, yeah.
Sir, you can overload those cryogenerators using your
Oh,
thermal
it's back
gloves.
again.
Look for the control panel.
Mr. Freeze is so powerful that he's frozen on my end.
He's frozen the game. Ah! Heat them. Heat the panels.
Cryotank 1. Overload in progress.
Ah!
He escaped.
He's escaped. How dare he? You there currently, or you vanished again?
I'm here. I'm just trying to think of the topic.
Oh fuck! No, I didn't let it go too early. No! Don't fuck off, Mr. Freeze. Oh, I did it! I did it! Go away. Wait, did the stream freeze or did Eerie freeze? It's like it's all both. I don't. I'm confused now. What's happening? What's going on? Who? What? Where? Why?
Jacksonville, he says the stream frozen on your end?
Warning. Containment breach in cryotank 3.
No!
Alright.
Fuck off, freeze.
Alex Halo says, the hilarious part was when we were waiting for the bus to school in the snow and it never showed up. So I tried to bring everyone to our house and my sister refused to open the door. Oh my gosh. Why didn't she open the door? If y'all
I guess
were
you didn't
freezing,
want like a bunch of people in the house.
I guess. The topic of Mr. Freeze. Ha. Jackson Vo, says, what's more dangerous, a rebel with a cause or without one? Fantastic question.
So I wonder if I can get to look the
Alex,
wrong way.
Alex Halo says she was say mom said to let no one in, and I had to scream and bang on the door to get her to open it.
No, fuck.
You could freeze to death outside because the rules plainly state not to let in strangers, not to let anybody in this house.
He really doesn't
he
look
says
the
that.
way.
What do you see?
Jacksonville, he says the game just stutters from time to time.
Come on, look this way. Yes. Fuck off. I don't have that much health left. Go, 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 go.
Isn't that gonna kill his wife?
Maybe. No, fuck.
And now your blood runs as cold as mine.
Come back here when you've got some more ice puns. Everybody chill. For some reason, Mr. Freeze is Austrian.
Checks your fogies. Alright, buddy. You need to calm down.
What's he
First it
doing?
was First it was Rhodey's mom. And now he's asking, have you ever thought of the possibility of sex dolls in the Toy Story universe?
Oh my.
Calm down, my boy. Alex Halo says, my sister believed it included not even letting me into the house. Brother. Oh, man. Guess I'll die in the cold.
Can I just... fuck it. I can restart, but I don't know how far the restart goes. I just
Damn, we've been
want
streaming for 4 hours.
I think we're nearly finished.
Alright.
The thought of killing a man should turn my stomach. But as I look at you now, I feel nothing.
Because you're an ass.
Why don't you chill out, man? Why don't you freeze?
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age!
Why don't you cool down a minute?
That's it, we need a sexy Miss Freeze.
You need to find the control panels for those cryo-generators and disable them.
What the?
Alex Halo says, and then Mom yelled at her for not letting me in.
Okay, here's a question.
Ah.
What would an alternate universe, like gender swap Mr. Freeze look like? Like a Miss Freeze?
I mean, he's in armor from head to toe.
You can
She'd
make
also
sexy
likely
armor.
be. You could
Look at
technically,
Samus.
yeah. Samus isn't sexy with the suit on. As a matter of fact, nobody. It was like a surprise reveal in the first game that she was a woman.
Femshep.
Femshep? I've never seen the Femshep armor.
Look up Femshep Mass Effect 3.
Okay, alright. Looking it up. Femshep Mass Effect. Let's take a look at this armor. Better be good. Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I guess good female armor isn't good female armor without boobs.
It has to be comfortable.
You gotta have them feminine features on it. I guess maybe it sounds comfortable in theory, but if I actually think about it, it might not be.
Why?
Like, imagine...
Like, why would it not be comfortable?
Because imagine... a sports bra is supposed to hold you in, so there's no motion going on and it's uncomfortable. But, however, with boob armor, imagine putting Jello in a cup, and the cup perfectly conforms to the Jello, and just shake it around. It's not holding nothing in.
I assume it would be compressing it a little bit, but compressing it to a point where it's comfortable.
Yeah, that would have to be like super, super, super custom made.
And in sci-fi,
Sorry
I
for
reckon
putting that
it
image
can
in
be
everyone's
adjustable.
head. Okay, adjustable? Maybe.
Also,
Maybe.
keep in mind that that's not also the entire breast. Like, it's also armor plating. It's supposed to keep her protected from bullets. Bullets that are going incredibly fast.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Fuck you! Fuck you for... I'm annoyed at that. I hate it. I hate this game sometimes.
Tyler Preston asks, have you ever played Mass Effect Eerie? No, I have not. No, I have not. I mean, you could imagine, like, with the whole Mass Effect scare at one point, that would definitely put me in the camp of likely never playing the game ever. Remember when, like, Fox News made a huge deal out of Mass Effect?
That it was the, sort of, like, sex simulator game.
A sex simulator game. And they were like, "Have you ever played Mass Effect?" "No, I haven't." Bum bum bum.
I love Mass Effect.
Man.
I have many criticisms of the games, though. Like, it's a very imperfect series. But it has a great world and has some great characters, so... That's why a lot of people like it. No, 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 no. You there, or are you frozen again?
Ah! Sorry, hang on. Sorry, my phone went off for some reason.
Nope, still looking over here. Oh, there's a guy all by himself. How fun. You should have been more careful.
Tyler Preston says, Garrus is my husbando.
Yeah, you only know, like, Garrus from his voice. And you like his voice.
That was your mistake, because you showed me.
What do you mean the
You showed me Garrus.
That was me trying to, like, advertise you to the games.
You got me, though. Garrus has a gorgeous voice. My gosh. He's got an amazing voice.
Fuck off.
I learned that the voice actor of Garrus has 3 kids. And I'm surprised he doesn't have more. He should at least have 12. Because, my gosh. How can you control yourself with a voice like that? That should be illegal. The government should put limitations on how much he could say, because that is a weapon right there. Sorry, that was too That's just me going off on it's on stream.
Things like women like Garrus because he's got like a really nice voice. A lot of men like Garrus because he's a great bro. Like he's just a guy that's always got your back. Like he's
Yeah, really?
Yeah, he's just a great guy.
10 out of 10 wingman.
So he's yeah, basically he's your wingman. He's really fun. No, fuck off, Freeze.
That's awesome. Men want to be him, women want to be with him. Jackson Voorhees, Erie would never stop if it was Optimus. Jackson Voorhees says, imagine if that the Mass Effect scare people would have. Imagine what the Mass Effect scare people would have done with Subverse on Steam, lol.
Oh, the literal Mass Effect inspired sex game.
Oh my gosh, wonderful. It's funny, because like I wasn't politically sentient in that era of like
some people would disagree with you being sentient currently.
Huh?
So some people would disagree with you currently being sentient.
Haha, very funny. Sometimes I question that myself, to be honest. Are you not ashamed? Are you not? What was that Sam Hyde bit?
Don't you feel silly? I can't remember now. Don't you feel silly? Don't you feel ashamed?
Tyler Preston says, I raised you communist mutants from space on the Atari 2600. That ain't real, bro. Tell me that ain't real. Is that a real thing? That sounds like Reagan propaganda. The commies, they've infiltrated our nation. everybody talks about Ronald Reagan as if he was a force of nature, which is really funny to me. I'm like, what did Reagan do? What did bro do?
Basically, he was kind of like the inventor of modern politics in the sense that he was very manipulative, using like it was kind of almost the invention of politics based on vibes. Like, people voted him for because he was funny, not because he was a great politician. Like, that the only idea of him being a politician was that he was charming. Like, he even had his opposition like him.
Really?
Yeah,
Because
like
of vibes.
his opposition would laugh at his jokes.
So he was very populist, very likable.
Yeah. Like, for example, one of the famous example people he always used was from one of the debates where people asked about his age, about how he would have been like the oldest president at the time or something like that, and people were concerned about that. And the way he turned around with the joke, where he said, I'm not going to make... I promise not to make the opposition's inexperience a political problem. So he turned it around to joke, and even his opposition was laughing.
Wow. So the guy had a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Let's see how well you do when the air freezes in your
But like, wasn't he all about like the commies? They're everywhere.
Yeah, it was essentially Red Scare, yeah. But it was also in an era where sort of like the Cold War was starting to, you know, cool down a lot more.
But I also, what was interesting was, I put out a post on Twitter, and I was like, hey, I'm a Zoomer, and I remember nothing about the Bush administration. Could someone explain it to me? And, like, I love how that popped off and got super popular.
Because everyone's got a fucking opinion about it.
Exactly. So now I can get all the information from all different points of view. So, yeah. Apparently, 9/11 was ginormous. Well, not apparently. I knew about 9/11 being ginormous. I was just in diapers at the time. You know what I mean?
Well, same. And also, our culture also didn't make as much a big deal about it as Americans did. I think the entire world was shocked at the time, but the way that America teaches it to kids is obviously a lot more traumatic than, say, how, like, schools in the UK didn't really even teach 9/11.
Oh, yeah. Like,
But we still sort of learned about it through osmosis.
Oh, you guys don't teach. You guys don't have like it in schools.
They do teach 9/11 now in history class, but when I was a kid, 9/11 was quite recent, so it wasn't really something that was taught to kids. Instead, it was like it was just something that we kind of learned about. It happened obviously when I was like 1 year old, so I didn't know anything about it.
I was slipping around in the bathtub at that age.
Yeah, but obviously it's probably taught to you as like a very traumatic experience.
Oh yeah, it was crazy. You know, my father was either in the Army or the National Guard at the time. And we were living in New York at the time. And according to my parents, my father actually went to help after the disaster. And he actually brought home a piece of rubble from the disaster. He actually has a bit of asphalt that fell off. Darn it! I'm disconnected again.
Oh.
Hello?
Yeah.
Ooh.
You there?
Oh, I'm back. Cool. Sorry. For some reason my Wi-Fi went out again. So yeah, I just finished explaining like my father has a bit of the asphalt from the tragedy. Jackson Voorhees says Shiny was never a child. He was engineered, a fully formed and matured.
Yeah.
Tyler Preston says I was about 6 years old when 9/11 happened. Alex Halo says I saw it on TV but didn't understand what was happening at the time. Apparently, like, during this time, like, schools, like, pulled out televisions in class as it was happening. And, like, they watched it live and they saw, like, the second plane hit as well. Like, it was massive, dude. And then they hit the Pentagon. And then they hit something else. Or, like, another plane was hijacked, but it was down, but it was...
if I remember correctly, it was supposed to hit the White House, but it was redirected by the passengers who managed to take control of the plane and crash it early.
Yeah, yeah. And I think there was another plane that just went missing. And it's bizarre how it was never recovered and it just vanished. I think that was the one.
I think there was 3. No, I'm pretty sure there was 3 planes. I don't think there was 4. I think they're all accounted for.
No, because it was actually the Pentagon was actually hit.
Yes. But no, but it
so
was
there were
it,
the
it
two
wasn't
towers,
it was
one,
clipped. It wasn't really hit. Like it was not really. The damage to the Pentagon wasn't that serious.
I knew someone was gonna quote it.
They hit the Pentagon!
They hit the Pentagon! Lyle, turn the TV on! They hit the Pentagon! God bless Zach Hadel, man. Jackson Vote, he says the real question is, does Shiny come with attachments? Inquiring minds want to know, Eerie. With a microphone.
Accessories not included.
Batteries not included. Some assembly required. Why did they always have to like advertise that there was assembly involved in
legal issues? Because if they advertised it in a specific way and it didn't include those, then essentially they're liable. Because the advertisement makes it look like it's got these things, and then it doesn't have these things.
I see. Turn TV, they hit the Pentagon! They hit the Pentagon! That was a legendary moment from the internet. I really like watching Oni plays nowadays. Like a couple years ago, I was really into Game Grumps, but Game Grumps like eventually just faded into obscurity for me for some reason. And then I got more into like Oni plays. I don't think I've ever watched a whole playthrough. No, I have. I lied. I watched all of the Y2K Oni plays playthrough, and it's so funny, dude. I love that one. I love Yeek. Yeek is my favorite game. Do you know what Y2K is? The game?
Oh, no, not the game. I thought you were talking about like the Y2K book.
No, not the book, the game.
The book. The Y2K
it's notoriously bad. It's notoriously bad, but it's sad and it's notable because the design looks super nice. Like it looks really cool for an indie game. Alex Halo says, and did you had the news faking another building getting hit for few and didn't realize they were standing in front of the building while reporting? Huh? Oh, and then you had news faking another building getting hit for few and didn't realize they were standing in front of the building while reporting. Oh, interesting. They thought they could get away with it because it was scheduled to be demolished. Oh, okay. Interesting.
You will not stop me with these toys.
Jackson Vohe says, speaking of which, Eerie, did you remember a really old movie called Batteries Not Included? It was about a tiny spaceship aliens that got trapped on Earth to live in a restaurant. That sounds funny. Tyler Preston says the movie? No, the game. It's YIIK. It's really bad. The game is awful. But it looks super nice, and it's like fully voice acted and everything.
again. How did he escape? This is how the
So, is Mr. Freeze dead yet?
No.
How's it looking?
He's...
How we swim?
We're sort of 50-50 at the moment. Not get in. There we go.
Man, this is how you know Shiny's a true gamer. He can have a full-blown conversation and also be, like, in a really tense fist fight in a video game. He's a true gamer, y'all.
He's escaped! Different takedowns of Mr. Freeze, through ice vents, corners.
Did he just levitate? What the heck?
He has a jet engine on his feet, so he can kind of
Oh,
jump.
okay.
In the shins! In the vent, in the vent. No, the vent's bugged. Fuck. Oh.
Cutscene time, cutscene time, cutscene time.
If I can get underneath him, I can take him from below.
Take him from the balls.
I can grab Bruise's balls.
I'm gonna grab his snowballs and rip them right off.
You forget to account my mirror balls!
Whoop his ass! Woo!
Thanks for doing the heavy lifting, man. But you shouldn't have stuck your nose in my business.
You should have stuck your nose in my ass.
And here I thought I was going to have a problem explaining what happened in your lab. I mean, the police are never going to look at me after what you did. And with this bat freak dead, there won't be anyone left to say otherwise.
Cryogenic containment failing.
Man, that armor looks super cumbersome.
You can save her. You just have to bypass the cryo tunnel.
Victor, she died. I'll keep you alive long enough to see her go. Go.
This guy's
Why does he
real
want to
asshole.
kill her?
He's just an asshole.
Oh, okay.
That was the thing in the original as well. Like he was just like a horrible businessman. And, like he was like fake empathetic to the crowds, but in reality he was like, yeah, these poor people are fucking stupid and idiots, and they should all die. Yada yada yada.
Only rich people should live.
Take a seat, humanitarian.
I love the one-liner.
This Batman in the Batman Arkham Origins does love his one-liners.
He does. He really does.
I can't give you peace, but I can give you justice.
He just wants to save his wife. That's all he wants. Oh, that's it?
Yep.
Man. Batman!
Breaking news out of North Gotham at this hour, where protest
there's more.
has turned to celebration. Under extreme pressure from Gotham's citizens, Mayor
Oh, it's just
Hill
the...
has just announced his
Okay.
resignation.
It's credits.
While Hill has not ruled out a possible
What's cool about Batman, even though he does put on like this really dark persona, he's not a bad guy. I mean, that's kind of obvious, yeah, but like, he's not the Zack Snyder, oh yeah, Batman, he would definitely kill. Like, absolutely. Like, just kill people.
Batman would get raped in prison. After he gets sent to prison for tax evasion, then raped. What a great thing.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thanks, Zach. I totally trust you with my heroes.
Just earlier tonight, he accepted the Wayne Foundation's award for Humanitarian of the Year. Also in custody is the notoriously elusive underworld crime boss Oswald Cobblepot, better known as the Penguin, as well as a
So yeah, that was Batman. Cold, cold heart.
Ferris, And even that scoundrel Cobblepot are all in custody.
Jackson Bohe says, and to think all he needed to cure her was some chicken soup.
He's referring to the Goofus Doofus cartoon. Soup!
I love Goofus.
Here's soup! Just pour some soup on there, it's fine. Dun.
Jackson Bohe says, no, Batman would be doing the
the
rapping in prison.
You're not locked in here with me. No, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
It would be interesting if Batman, if there was a story of Batman going to prison, but he has to clear his name because he actually is innocent, because he would never do anything to go to jail, you know?
Apart from tax evasion, according to Zack Snyder.
Well, who cares what Zack Snyder thinks? He's stupid. Looks like Phoenix Wright was Phoenix stupid.
Pingu, pingu.
The penguin.
You know, this woman seems like she's a very straight shot. What would possibly happen with her?
She seems rather intelligent and rather assured of herself, you know? I don't think anything bad would happen to her.
Her hair's in a bun and not a ponytail, which says that she's very obviously into much cleaner things. How to tell what a woman's into? Is it a bun or a ponytail? If it's a bun,
really?
Not ponytail.
Really? Where'd you get that from?
It's a meme. So like, if a woman wears a ponytail, it means she wants it pulled.
Oh.
You can't pull a bun.
Oh.
I mean, you could try. Probably it's not going to be an easy grip.
You got your head in the gutter.
Mm-hmm. Yes, dear.
Tyler
Whatever you say, dear.
Daredevil. Tyler Preston says Daredevil, Marvel's Batman, was once in prison. Yeah. Jason Voorhees says Harley and Batman married in the White Knight universe.
Interesting.
Jason Voorhees says, I've always been fine with Batman killing if it's the only option left.
I think I'm against killing more because, again, against his trauma, and also just because it's
just against his principles
no one should be. Yeah, one, it's character driven. For two, no one deserves to be judge, jury, and executioner.
That is true.
That's like the main thing. Like, I think if you want to talk about realistic, it's like, oh yeah, in reality heroes would kill. Well, in reality, heroes that are judge, jury, and executioner would just turn to villains.
Yeah.
Like, we see how people react to power and popularity. If you can keep getting away with shit and no one stops you, or no one's capable of stopping you, then people get corrupted by that. Which is the whole reason why we have a system of judge, jury, and executioner.
He doesn't look like he's doing too well.
He's not having a great day. The executioner, what a little bitch. Down in a punch.
These are some really well-made models. Damn.
Yeah, the little character trophies area, I think it always kind of just shows a good view of the models.
Oh yeah, it's always fun. It's a fun collectible. See, his eyes aren't covered because that would be blackface. Oh, it's a mask. Okay.
You didn't
I
catch
thought
the
it
fact that it
was-
was. I was confused by
I
that
thought it
comment.
was paint.
I was thinking there, and I was thinking, huh?
I thought it was paint.
What about like the wrinkles on it?
I didn't notice until I saw his ears. And I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Paint doesn't do that to ears.
Also, do you see the blimp in the background?
The blimp.
The blimp.
The bat blimp.
The police, but it's kind of weird. Like, where did that come from in the Batman animated series? Police blimps.
What are they gonna do? Like, chase down Superman in the sky in a blimp?
I guess it's like it looks cool, but that's the problem. It looks cool and iconic, but like, what do they do?
Quickly, get in the police blimp. Get to the blimp. Don't you have a different word for blimp?
Zeppelin?
Zeppelin. Get to the Zeppelin. And then there's Firefly.
I made you yawn, didn't
Oh,
I?
yeah, we are. What the heck?
What should we do now?
I think we should call it a day. What do you think?
I guess so.
It was a good stream, you know?
You just chillax together. So, I think someone before mentioned the cooperative, like gameplay and stuff. We actually tried that in the past. I remember we tried Plate Up. That famously went
Yeah.
well.
You say that sarcastically?
Yeah, because no one watched it.
Yeah, no one saw it. And we also did Kingdom 2 Crowns. Nobody watched that either.
No, I don't think we ever played Kingdom 2 Crowns on stream.
No, we were trying to play Bread plus Fred, and that didn't work.
Yeah, we
And then we
discovered
ended up-
that the only way to do online play was through the Steam version, and the internet connection between us was so terrible that there was so much impact lag for a game that required such precise timing.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that just wasn't going to work.
And then we just ended up playing Kingdom 2 Crowns. And it was kind of hard to play and watch the chat and talk at the same time.
Yeah, because it's a very
So-
frantic game to play. No, not Kingdom 2 Crowns. It was Play was the frantic game to play.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Like
So, like,
you're constantly trying to throw meals together at certain times, and if you're too slow, then people just get fed up and leave, and then you lose.
Yeah. So essentially it kind of works as a duo of Shiny playing the game, I'm keeping an eye on chat, and just professionally just yapping all night long, you know? There's a lot more interaction with it. So, yeah, do you want to start wrapping this up, Shiny?
I guess so, yeah. Though we were thinking next time we would do Half-Life, but cooperatively. Like, we'll have to sort that out.
Okie
In fact,
dokes.
we can kind of look into that today, since we've got time.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, chat, for joining us. We had a really, really great time. And thank you so much for all of your amazing comments and keeping up the conversation. Shiny and I will be back next time, and we hope to see you there too. Alright, have a good one, and have a
Yes.
happy new year.
You're so much better at outros than I am.
Thank you!
Like, just, I never know what to say. I just like, yeah, stream's over. Bye. Fuck off. Don't care. And I guess because whenever I see people do the overly enthusiastic, like leave a like, comment, and subscribe, I feel like, ugh, no, I hate that. Ugh. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, like it feels fake. Don't like
Yeah,
it.
but you gotta close it up somehow, you know?
I know you gotta close up somehow. I mean, you do it so much better than I do. Like, even Lit Devs does it so much better than I do. Because I can't think of anything to say other than the really stereotypical like, comment, and subscribe. And I just
Yeah.
Like, I think I would prefer to die before I say those words. Like, I would prefer to die before I ask someone to like and comment and subscribe to my fucking channel.
I think
It
it's
feels so
harder to close a
cringe.
YouTube video. It's harder to close a YouTube video because you're not talking to somebody specific.
I mean, that's why I did.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at the chat and I know exactly who I'm saying goodbye to.
I mean, that's why I did that's shiny signing off, like the salute thing, just because to me that just felt like a much more natural ending to videos. But I don't know. I kind of look back at the whole YouTube format that I used to do, and I'm thinking, man, this needs so much more energy. Man, this is kind of lame. It's kind of weird how the audio is like a little too, like the music's a little too loud, like it's just a little bit overbearing, and then the audio is a little bit stunted, and sometimes, like, because I've done audio in different takes, it'll be different qualities, and then I just kind of look at it and think, ugh. Yeah, like and I look, why did anyone like my videos? Why did anyone watch them? Why did anyone do anything? Could do better. Need to do better. Right then, I guess that's the end now.